No.
Can't close the
No,
door.
can't close the door.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a motion for certification of closed session, please?
Mr. Chair, I certify to the best of each member's knowledge the Williamsburg-James City County School Board, while in closed session, discussed only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements as stated in Virginia law, and that only such public matters were identified in the motions convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Aller?
Ms. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. Dowell.
Aye.
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Ms. Owenby.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Ms. Aller, could you take the roll, please?
Yes. Dr. Beers.
Here.
Ms. Cook.
Here.
Mr. Dowell.
Here.
Ms. Hummel.
Here.
Ms. Owenby.
Here.
Mrs. Young.
Here.
Mr. Kelly.
Here. We're all here. Can I get a motion for approval of the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Owenby. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, somebody. Ms. Young. Any discussion? Ms. Aller?
Ms. Owenby.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Ms. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. Dowell.
Aye.
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye. The agenda is approved as presented. 4.01, Announcement Superintendent's Report. Dr. Herron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My report this evening begins with an update on our bus transportation services. The 5 to 10 minute change to school hours is having a positive impact on our ability to provide on-time transportation for our students. The slight shift in schedule increases the time between afternoon bus routes, leading to better service. Last week, more than 75% of buses were on time and ready to pick up students when the dismissal bell rang. We will continue to follow the adjusted schedule for the first semester and monitor arrival and drop-off times. The Transportation Department is also actively recruiting and training more bus drivers. There are 10 drivers currently in various stages of training, and 3 new drivers started transporting students last week. We'll keep you updated on transportation improvements. As you know, October is Bully Prevention Month. It is wonderful to see our schools and students embracing anti-bully behaviours and helping to educate our community about the need to say no to bullying. These pictures are from Laura Lane Elementary, where the Anchored for Life team and school counsellors led students in a conversation about bullying and a fun activity to help share their anti-bullying message with the entire neighbourhood. And finally, the Community Engagement and SHIP team spiced up things at the September Family Academy with a Healthy Lunches webinar complete with an at-home cook-along. About 270 families received a kit brimming with fresh ingredients to use during the webinar. Also included were reference materials from My Plate and an easy-to-follow U.S. healthy eating plan. So now, these families have a quick reference when packing healthy lunches at home based on what they learned. We consider this event a recipe for success. More than 100 families joined us in the kitchen, putting their skills to use and having fun in the process. Mr. Chair, those are all of my announcements for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Herron. Any comment, any reports from board members? No. So, Ms. Aller, we have 8 speakers. So if I do the math there, that means we can do 3 minutes per, and we're under 30 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, Mr. Chair, so at this point in the meeting where citizens are invited to address the board, those citizens desiring to speak have submitted speaker cards to the clerk prior to the start of tonight's meeting. These speakers are asked to come to the podium when their names are called, state their names for the record, and direct their comments to the chair of the board. It is the board's interest and desire that all comments are heard and respected. Citizens are asked not to engage in demonstrations such as applauding or verbal outbursts of any other type during the presentations. Personnel matters are not considered in public meetings, therefore the board requests that all speakers refrain from making reference to specific individuals in any form or fashion. Though the board does not respond to your comments are heard and appreciated. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to make their presentation, and the board asks that you respect this time limitation. Also, please be reminded that no time may be yielded to another speaker. And our first speaker this evening is Miss Anne Marie Smith.
Hey, good evening. I'm going to push that back a little bit. A couple things to talk about tonight regarding the revised wording to the Policy 2A, instructional materials on the agenda tonight. So I understand the policies need updating. I think that's great. I just ask that a means of reconsideration of instructional materials be left in place for both parents and citizens. So sometimes books or instructional materials slip through the cracks that weren't intended to. So I think this is a great way to remedy it. So I just ask that that part be considered when you guys are looking at that. I'd love to see public speaking time be kept to 3 minutes when possible, as opposed to a firm policy changing that and then not being able to go back. I'd also like to see considered eliminating the mask mandate for the school division, and when the time comes, please leave COVID vaccination decisions to parents who know what's best for their kids and their family. Lastly, I'd like the board to consider moving to the Stryker building for the main meetings and moving it to the James City County Building F boardroom. James City County's equitable masking policy will currently accommodate all of the constituents. It'll allow citizens to choose to be masked or unmasked, and then everybody can address the board in person, and maybe this would be a more fair way to have those meetings. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Toby Wiseman.
Good evening, school board members and chair. Apparently set for a vote tonight is a board policy change that removes the following language from the WJCC board policy manual, quote, and will include a procedure for citizens to request reconsideration of instructional materials, end quote. This policy cross-references items including family life education and controversial issues. Can you state the reason for that change? Because it might be to your disadvantage if the assumption is that the board doesn't want to listen or be accountable to its taxpayers who are parents or concerned citizens, especially if the concerns center on racist theories and curriculum like CRT, DEI, or even pornography or pedophilia. Foremost, Virginia Code Section 22.1-253.13:7, subsection C2, provides, quote, local school boards shall ensure policies are developed, giving consideration to the views of teachers, parents, and other concerned citizens, and addressing the following: selection and evaluation of all instructional materials purchased by the division, with clear procedures for handling challenged, controversial materials, end quote. It appears that on the face of the document of this policy, proposed policy change, that it violates this code section. Additionally, I am sure that this board will choose not to cave to the pressures of national unions and associations pushing political agendas, because first and foremost, parenting our children is a natural right. Secondly, it is guaranteed under the Constitution. Thirdly, it is codified under Virginia Code Section 1-240.1, which states, quote, a parent has a fundamental right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of the parent's child. Note, this right is not given to any other person or institution. I trust that your decision will be law-abiding and will keep communications open between the board and its community and not infringe on parental rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wiseman.
Ms. Phyllis Eastman.
Good evening, I'm Phyllis Eastman. Point 1, first, parents who speak to the school boards and speak to teachers with concerns are not domestic terrorists and should not be investigated by the FBI. There is a psychological term known as projection. Perhaps those pushing their leftist Marxist indoctrination and loss of American freedom of speech are the domestic saboteurs. Point 2, Since 1.6 million illegal immigrants have crossed the border since January 20th, with a caravan of 400,000 to 600,000 Haitians on their way as we speak, my question is, how many non-speaking students have enrolled in the James City County schools since January 20th? What is the cost? Is it impacting our children's education? What is your plan for handling that situation? Since many do not know that 1.6 million have come across the border and do not know the facts from the DHS site, and scroll down to CNN site and it will tell you the same fact, it has come to me that perhaps those who support critical race theory that are on this school board, who are school administrators in this county, and teachers who have been taught that at college, perhaps do not really know what critical race theory is. I am asking that the school board provide proper resources to know the facts about critical race theory, and the board make factual resources on critical race theory available, like they did the book that they made available to all of the teachers on critical race theory. Point 3, are there sexual explicit library material in our schools? I am asking that the board do an audit of newly acquired library books to see if there is sexual content in those books, as well as sexual content being assigned by teachers. That is another push of the left. Books such as Ryan Boy is about pedophilia, and it is presently in some school system libraries. The Plain Jane glorifies vandalism. Breakaway is a sleepover with males and females. A book by Aletha Braylance glorifies damning America as bravery. Do an audit and find out what's in the library.
Thank you.
I only made 4 copies.
Thank you.
It's Amanda Miller.
Hello. Thank you for being here. My name is Amanda Miller. I'd like to comment as a parent, a Catholic, an Army veteran, and an American. Regarding your conditions for safe play, please allow WJCC families to make their own health decisions. There's a Catholic organization called Children of God for Life, and they are my resource for ethical vaccines. For now, all vaccines for the COVID-19 virus being distributed are produced and or tested with cell lines that originated from an aborted child. There needs to be a religious exemption. Senator Ron Johnson said there is not an FDA-approved COVID vaccine in the US, contrary to what is being reported in the media. There also needs to be a medical exemption. Pfizer scientist Nicholas Carl said, when you actually get the virus, your antibodies are better than the COVID vaccination. If WJCC intends to require weekly testing, they should be prepared to pay for it, and with saliva tests. For example, University of San Diego, California is paying for saliva tests because the students understandably refused invasive nasal swab tests. WJCC should also be aware that DNA collection on children could potentially be used against them in the future. Thank you for considering my thoughts.
Thank you.
Scala Baumgarten.
Ayla Baumgart, you should add forward WJCC back onto the agenda for every meeting. It was premature to remove it. I don't think it's a good idea that now the superintendent gets to choose whether or not COVID and COVID protocols are discussed at the board meetings. As a parent, I would like to know about in-school transmission, especially given the huge numbers of kids quarantining. How many of the quarantining kids actually acquired COVID? I was happy to see the vaccination clinics starting up again. I think this is a good idea. There are good approaches to preventing COVID that are going on in WJCC. However, I believe that many of your COVID protocols are too restrictive and are creating more harm than what they are doing to protect from COVID, and I'm not talking about masking. Continuing now in a third school year to cancel things due to COVID being around is wrong, especially when you know simple masking is sufficient to curb COVID spread, and then adding some other main Swiss cheese model practices like symptom checking, ventilation, and hand washing is plenty sufficient mitigation. But you continue to place restrictions on volunteers, no after-school activities, no field trips, etc., that are harmful to students and do nothing to prevent COVID. Our Halloween parade for K through 2 was canceled again this year. This is an outdoor event. The pumpkin patch field trip is canceled. Why? Because of COVID? What are your metrics for at what level of spread you will ease some restrictions? If we are in the yellow, can we have field trips? Do we have to be in the blue for my 5th grader to have a graduation ceremony? The administration's decisions around COVID are delay and then cancel and say because of COVID it's just not safe, and then berate the public for not doing enough to prevent the spread. Are you still waiting for COVID to disappear? In June, when we were at very low levels of community transmission, you still had the 5th grade graduation be drive-through only. You still canceled field day, an outside event. So no, I don't believe that you're going to lift restrictions when the numbers are better, because the numbers have been better and you did not. Another part of Forward WJCC is the missed learning, which I do not see nearly enough focus on. I would like to see a plan of what creative approaches you are doing to tackle missed learning. Forward WJCC should be on the agenda at every school board meeting. I would also quickly like to mention the cafeteria workers. You have to pay them more than minimum wage 3 hours a day in order to get the food service going again. The principal at my school told me that parents are not allowed to volunteer in the cafeteria, but I don't understand why. At my school, there's no choice to buy anything, and half the student population is packing their lunch because the free food is much poorer quality than pre-COVID. The free food is not a benefit. Please address these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kim Hundley?
Good evening, Board. Kim Hundley. We don't have to give address anymore. That's nice. So back in 1995, I started attending school board meetings, and I'll just say they were televised back then as well. And it was contentious times just like now. And, you know, people came forth. And there was a time even when some of the board members were kind of snarky with each other. And then there was a time even where the teachers weren't perceived well from the board. And then that went on for a couple years. And then when this new strategic plan came in to work on trust and building relationships, I think that was when Dr. Herron first took on. I thought that was a great opportunity as the president of the Teachers Association to try to build and some trust and relationship building with the board. Hence, studying the 5 love languages. Most people like gifts and words of appreciation. And I felt that that was very important at the time, because what I would view with before citizens' comments is I would see the board recognitions, and it was this high. All these wonderful things were happening, and y'all's faces, everybody was so happy. And then we'd have citizens' comments, and I could feel the countenance of people just go down. And so I think that's why there was a time historically when citizens' comments were at the end, and I think that was because of some of that was just that the school board members work so hard that you want to go into your work session, or you want to go into your session in a positive frame of mind on a high. And so they started trying them at the end, citizens' comments, to alleviate some of that. So, you know, I just thought that I found out how much money y'all make, which is not a lot, but for what you do, I just think you do deserve some more appreciation. So the gifts were, you know, a way of that. The nice thing about gifts is you can re-gift them. If you don't like them, you could, you know, give them away. There was a 5th grade teacher, I loved this, and if any teachers are listening, they should try this. But in December, she would send notes home to parents and their kids, And she would say they can earn points at home and at school. And all that, we would send in wrapping paper, gift bags, or unused or unopened gifts. And the kids could spend their money and shop for those things. And it was just nice seeing them get on the bus saying, look what I got for my little sister, look what I got for my grandfather, look what I got for my my brother. So I'm just saying that tonight I just want to be a positive voice. Not that others are not, but that's just me, to be uplifting. So thank you again for what you do, and appreciate you, and hopefully you'll have a productive and positive work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunley.
Mr. Ty Lagerman.
Good evening. I'm Ty Lagerman. You've already heard, obviously, from several people that are concerned about removing the provision for parents to raise content that's concerning to them. And I'm also sharing that concern that it's not the right time, or I'm not even sure the reason why we would do something like that. It's the same with maybe trying to come across as constraining people's ability to speak. I do think that there's a nice trade-off with time limits, individuals, and not the aggregate, but I think 90 seconds does seem a bit short. We haven't done that. We've done 2 and 3, and I would suggest we at least try the 2. But my concern, going back to the petitioning, is, as I can see from the outline, is coming from the Virginia School Board Association. And I'm curious, why is this a policy change being suggested? What is the risk to having parents have this ability to engage directly with the school board about things that they find contentious? It doesn't mean you have to take it out, but it gives them the opportunity to petition. And so I know when I first was looking at your roles, and I went through the state laws and looked at all the, what's the role of the school board per Virginia law. And at the same time, when you read that and you hear things like content, method of instruction, hiring principals, et cetera, fairly expansive scope, but when practiced, it seems more constrained to policy and budget and these things. And I'm sure there's good reasons to be discovered for it, but if the Virginia School Board Association is that impetus for constraining the engagement of the board or the board's role, perhaps that's part of the disconnect with parents who have a different perception of maybe what takes place and what's occurring here. So I'm concerned a little bit about the whole VSBA thing, but obviously more to learn. But I would just ask that not to vote to remove parents' ability to petition. I think it's a good thing to keep parents involved. I thought it was great today. Folks coming down the hall from the school board and shaking hands and talking. That's a good sign. It's a good way to engage, and I just like to see more of that collaboration together. So appreciate your time and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Ms. Sarah Ortego.
Good evening, everyone. I want to start off by thanking you all for listening to the public over the last few weeks and coming up with a proposal that eliminates the 30-minute time limit if there are a large number of people that want to speak. I think that that is a great proposal, and I hope that that standard operating procedure will be adopted. I do think 90 seconds is a little short, but given the fact that eliminating public comment was also on the table, I think this is a step in the right direction, and so I want to thank you all for responding in that way to what the public was feeling. And without being too repetitive, I also want to ask you to not to vote to eliminate the provision in Code 2A instructional materials. As I asked last time, and I would be interested now, even if some point in the course of this evening or board member comment, if you might each say why you will or will not vote for that removal. The line that's being stricken says, and will include a procedure for citizens to request reconsideration of instructional materials. And other than the fact that the VSBA has proposed language that eliminates that sentence, I'm curious why that's necessary for Williamsburg, James City County Schools. So if any of you would like to address that, I think in the interest of transparency, that would be really helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ortego.
That's it.
That's all. 6.01, Review Advisory Committee Appointments. Dr. Herron?
Mr. Chair, every year we bring advisory committee appointments for the board's consideration, and this evening the board's already talked about some of the appointments, and it's the board's role now to discuss and possibly approve those appointments at the next meeting.
Okay, any comments from board members, or should we put this on our agenda for next meeting to approve these appointments?
Mr. Chair, just for the public, if you could just kind of explain the process that we get these applications and that we appoint and that we've discussed the applications in close, if you could just sort of explain so that, please. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Know it.
So we have 3 advisory committees, Student Advisory Committees, the 21st Century Career Ready Advisory Committee, and the Special Education Advisory Committee. 2 of those are required by state law. So they have members on those committees. I think the Student Advisory Committee has 1 student from every class in all 3 high schools, so that make it 12. That math. The Special Ed Advisory Committee has
15.
How much?
15.
15. And the 21st Century Career and Ready Advisory Committee has more than that. So the appointments to those committees are revolving, and there are people that revolve off every year, and we bring them back on, and then we don't bring them back on. And so the membership there is revolving, where you have a certain number come off every year, and so we get applications reviewed by staff. They make recommendations. The board reviews those recommendations and the applications for all the committees in closed session, and then we bring them forward. So I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we're at the point now where we have staff recommendations. We discuss those recommendations in closed session, and so we will vote for approval at the next meeting. All right, 6.02, Review Amendment to Fiscal Year 22 Grants Fund Budget. Dr. Herron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ewing is going to present this item this evening, which involves adding grant funds to our operating budget. Ms. Ewing.
Thank you, Dr. Herron. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This agenda item is to amend our grants budget to reflect additional grants that we have been awarded under the American Rescue Plan, or ARP. These grants include funds under IDEA Part 611 and 619 ARP flow-through for special education and ARP Homeless 2. In total, the grant awards are $748,407, which would bring our total grant budget to $23,010,984. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Zombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ewing, so the flow-through dollars that are coming to us through IDEA, is it required then that those funds be used to support the needs of students with disabilities solely?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to affirm that how these funds are spent will be reported in the monthly financial report that's provided to the school board every year, just in every month rather, just in terms of transparency. Is that correct?
Do you like it done monthly or quarterly?
Well,
Separate?
Isn't it included in the? Let me rephrase that. How these funds are spent will be publicly shared. So in terms of transparency.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to explain how that's shared?
Last year, I believe we did it maybe quarterly because currently there's not specific detail in the monthly financial report for each grant. So we can look to modify those reports.
I'm not trying to create extra work. I'm just trying to establish that we're recommending changing our budget by $750,000, which is a lot of money. And so I just want to assure the public that there's a transparent process so that everybody knows how it's spent.
Yeah, Ms. Cook, I believe last year when we received a major amount of funding, we added to the monthly report as a separate category under each grant and identified how the funds would be spent. And it would be our intention to do that in broad terms with these grants as well, so that the board understands that they're being used for special education and for homeless students.
And so adding this $750,000 brings our revised grants fund budget to $23 million.
Yes, sir. Most of the, the grant funds, most of these American Rescue Plan grants are over 3 years, so it's not that it's all going to be spent in the current fiscal year.
True. Good point. Any other comments from board members? So we'll put this on our agenda for approval at the next meeting. 6.03, review revisions to school board's standard operating procedure. Thank you, Mrs. Ewing.
I'm looking at Mr. Dow.
So I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Dow.
Sure. Yeah, we've not added much since our last meeting. I think what we did primarily was provided red line for public comment portion, which we did not have at our last meeting. I think that was going to be helpful, going from 3 minutes to a minute and a half and striking the 30-minute cap on public comment.
Is there any discussion from the board about that? Is that good? Do you want to?
Ms. Young?
I mean, I know we discussed this at length last time, but are we sure that a minute and a half is a reasonable amount of time for? That's strange. I think a minute and a half is not much time.
Ms. Ellenby?
I think it's a balance, right? It's a balance with wanting to hear from the public and also being able to get through a meeting. But I also just want to point out to the public, and it's not the first time I've said this, coming and speaking before the board is not the only way to communicate with us. And actually, if you would like a personal response, you'll get a personal response by emailing or phoning us or, asking us to, meet you for coffee, socially distanced or whatever. Because when people come and speak to the board, we can't engage in a dialogue. And so what I'm hearing tonight is that the public want a dialogue. And so back and forth, you can't do that in 1 minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 10 minutes or an hour and a half, because all we can do is listen to you in a board meeting. So I think 1 minute and 30 seconds is a nice compromise. We're eliminating the total limit or the total amount of time allowed. And so I think you struck a balance and you came at it from different perspectives, and I appreciate the hard work. And just want to remind people, you can talk to us at Food Lion or Target or anywhere, and we'll talk back to you then.
Ms. Cook?
Careful what you wish for.
I was gonna say, be careful.
Yeah, no, so I agree, and I just also want to remind the public that this is a document that is reviewed at least once a year, sometimes more. And I heard people talking about the need for consistency, so we don't want to, change this up again in 2 months to confuse the public. But that said, Mrs. Young, if 90 seconds is insufficient, the new board, there will be a new board here in January. That new board can adjust this document to their liking. And so this is not etched in jello, but it's also not etched in stone. And so this is something that and we're responding. This change here is in response to the needs and requests of this board. And the new board may have different viewpoints on that. So anyway, so I think taking into account your concerns, that may change in the future.
Let me go back. Dr. Beers has.
Yeah, I agree with both of my colleagues that it's a change, and we'll live with it for a while. And if it looks like it's not working, it's not going to be there, right? Then then the board change it again. I do have a question. I know that we got a fairly extensive response from the question that was raised with our attorney about the forwarding of emails, and he actually made 2 points about that. And I'm trying to think how or if what he had to say about that is now reflected in our legal requirements, for example. Mr. Dowd,
No, in the time that we got that, in the time that we got the response back from the attorney, policy committee didn't come together to review his findings. And in fact, I think it was only shared amongst the board, and there was no discussion from that point.
Right, but
I think that we found that we weren't outside the scope of what's lawful or reasonable. And he was just expounding on where case law is today and where
right,
we, yeah.
Right.
So.
But he did say, I thought, there were 2 instances where we could be liable. Did he not?
And I'm looking for those pages. If I recall. 34, thank you. Those pages suggest that we're liable irrespective of those 2 incidences or 2 occasions, as I read it. Did you say 34?
33, isn't it?
33?
Okay, it could be 33.
Isn't it 33?
Yeah, a change on 34, so I just.
Yeah. Because as we read these, he's telling us not to do it. No questions asked, as I read it. So our attorney gave us, we can, but in our standard operating procedure is a little bit more stringent.
Okay, but I guess I either even misread it or came up with a different interpretation from his last fairly extensive response. I'm not talking about the first one. I'm talking about the second one, where you're right. He cited case law, but he also said, and it could be unusual or I don't think he used that word, but there are 2 possibilities. Where you could be held liable if you forwarded it.
Right.
An email that came to you and you forwarded it to it. Now, is that covered under that second bullet? If you forward electronic communications with any libelous, defamatory, offensive, racist, or obscene remarks, you and the WJCC school division may be held liable.
Yes, sir.
You think that's that basically
I do, yes, sir.
summarizes what he had said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That because I just wanted to double check that, because it doesn't. You don't have to have any intent at all. The fact that you forward email like that, you can be held liable just as the person who constructed the email. Okay.
One thing the SOP doesn't do is it doesn't take the place of training and development. So, as in the time that I've been on here, the laws on emails have changed considerably. Back in 2010, when emails were just getting started in whole force, you couldn't have a conversation between, and now it's okay as long as it's not, you're not all sitting around a table just popping emails back and forth at each other. So even with the standard operating procedure, there's still a certain amount of development and training that each board members can come in to learn what the rules of that engagement are. So I still think there's opportunity for that, but I do appreciate the comments on the forwarding.
I thought our attorney's comments, and to me, that second bullet, it just reinforces that second bullet. So that's why I asked the question. I wanted to double check that. Okay.
Ms. Young, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Greg and Julie if when you sent the information to the lawyer and he came back with this, what constitutes permission of the author to forward? I mean,
it was the way I read it. It was the author has to say, "Do not. This is confidential. Do not forward." It wasn't, "You've got my permission to forward."
That's correct.
It's "This is confidential. Don't forward." And then you forward. You are at that point not doing the right thing.
Right, I understand that. I mean, the world we live in today, I mean, I probably would never forward anything at this point, so.
So are they, is the assumption there that that's like intellectual property? That if you publish the email without getting permission from the author of the email, that somehow that constitutes copyright infringement or, the stealing of intellectual property? That's a hard one for me to totally swallow. But I guess I don't know. Is it akin to if you get, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I cut you off, I apologize.
Go ahead.
I see your point. As we were looking through that, and that question that we asked wasn't tied to bullet 3 on this page. It would probably be appropriate to take a look at bullet 3 because his answer in response, I think it was page 32, touches on page 33 now as well, that third bullet point. He made it very clear, he being our attorney, made it very clear that an email to a school board member is not private, meaning should not be forwarded unless the sender, the author, explicitly states that they don't want it forwarded. And he made that very clear. So bullet 3 reads differently than what we've been given guidance from our attorney.
Well, it's almost as if the sender doesn't say anything,
right?
You can. It's,
right.
It's perfectly all right to forward.
That's
But even
how-
if he does say something,
right.
It's like that seems like. I don't know. It's almost like, in some states, if you record somebody, you have to let them know that you're recording them. That's sort of what I see this being, somewhat like they're sending in an email, but you're not telling them that, by the way, I'm gonna repeat this or send this to
I
someone.
kind of see that differently than a phone conversation, because there's an implied confidentiality in a phone conversation. The person thinks that you are the only one they're talking to. And so I think that's different than someone sending out an email. Unless somebody says in that email explicitly, this is confidential, don't forward this to anyone.
Well, it isn't that's the thing, email, and that's probably the squirrely part about email is the assumption is, well, they're all confidential, and of course they're not all confidential. Our emails can be yanked up anytime.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, if it, for a legitimate reason. So I don't want to belabor that, but I just.
Do we fix that with if we take out without permission of the author? So if you unlawfully forward or copy messages, you and the school division may be held liable. That followed closer to what PAC's guidance was. If you unlawfully forward or copy, if you unlawfully forward or unlawfully copy.
I hear what you're saying. I just, I think it's probably safer to keep it in there just so you don't get.
Well, the problem is that it is.
You never told. It's like, well, you never told me that. Yeah, I had to.
Right. So the guidance was if they tell you not to forward, you can't forward it. And this says if you unlawfully forward a copy without permission of the author. That's almost.
Yeah, I would almost strike that and leave what's in red.
And I want to apologize. I'm not looking at the red line. I'm looking at the original document. Looking at the red line now on that page. Is anybody else looking at the red line?
Yes. I'm looking at the
I
red
was,
line.
but then you paced me off.
Yeah, we've got that language in there. I misspoke earlier.
Oh, yeah, okay. If you look at the 5-page red line, you've kind of fixed that.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah, I was looking at the original document.
It was a great conversation, though. What proves that you guys were brilliant and did the right thing.
Dr. Beers, do you see that?
I'm sorry.
So the red line on page 33, yeah.
Okay.
33.
That's what I was looking at. Is that it? Oh, 30, yeah, I got it. That's it, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is there.
We're good.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, it's good. It's just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. No, it's
I
all.
was looking at, yeah.
Both of you guys were looking at the
We
wrong
were looking
ones.
at two different documents.
Yes.
We were looking at the wrong document. We were
Yes.
Okay.
looking at the way it is now and not the way we wanted it to be. Are we good with any other comments about the minute 30 versus? So given a definitive timeline helps the speakers in their preparations for coming forward, and it certainly helps them to encourage succinctness. So they know what to expect. They know what the rules are when they walk through the door, and I think that's good. For meetings like tonight, the 3 minutes worked. Once I did the math and realized 8 times 3 was less than 30. For some meetings it doesn't work. So if we gave 3 minutes to everybody, it takes away from the business of the school board. And as Mrs. Owenby said, there's plenty of opportunity to get in touch with school board members in lots of different forums.
Chair, just one last comment. Since this has resonated with so many community members, can I ask how we're going to communicate this change to the community?
Well, we're going to certainly put it on the speaker cards, and it'll be on board docs. Instead of 3, it'll be 1.5.
Highlight it maybe in yellow, just temporarily, so people see that
The
there's
yellow works as a highlight. It's more like a red.
a big balloon next to it or something.
It'll also say that it won't be changed. 'Cause right now, we're more fuzzy because we could change it.
And so we're going to approve this at our next board meeting, so that at the first November meeting is.
Today, isn't it on today?
It's proposed. Wait, did I miss it?
It's actually on action this evening.
Oh,
So
I missed that.
It'll
Okay.
take effect in.
So at the next meeting.
Yeah.
So at the
Right.
next meeting,
Yeah.
the public needs to know that they've got 90 seconds.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Young?
But we're not, so it's not an action item.
It is.
It is.
It
Tonight.
is. It
Tonight,
is tonight.
yes.
Oh, okay.
We talked about it last meeting, and then we're going to talk about it. We talked about it again here, and I don't see any need to pull it to have it. Ms. Young?
I was just going to say, is it possible, I mean, I think we'll have 3 months, a good 3 months, to see how the 90 seconds or the minute and a half works. Is it possible to revisit that in January? For those of us that will still be on the board, or should we just bring it, if we think it needs to be revisited, somebody should just bring it up? What does everybody recommend?
Generally, the workflow is every January, you start to review the SOP. So, I mean, that's the ideal. So it probably wouldn't be adopted in January, probably in February, but that's generally when you start the process.
So then if it needs to be revisited, we can then.
Sometimes the SOP, excuse me, Mr. Chair, sorry, I was not, sometimes the SOP review is like very fast. There's no changes at all. And then sometimes there's, a fair amount of discussion. It just depends.
Right.
Okay, so we're voting on this later tonight. We good? 7.01 Capital Improvement Plan Committee's recommended fiscal year 23-22 CIP. Dr. Herron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Annually, we bring a report from the Capital Improvement Development Committee, who bring their recommendations to the board for changes to the capital improvement plan. And this year, Mr. Snipes has led that committee, and Mr. Snipes will make most of the presentation tonight, and then Ms. Ewing will finish up with the financial overview of the committee's recommendations as well. Mr. Snipes.
Thank you, Dr. Herron. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Herron. This evening, we will be presenting to you the recommendations of the Capital Improvement Plan Committee and provide a preliminary look at the needs and applicable costs for those needs of the school division. The administration will continue to evaluate and fine-tune the projects and alignment of the projects in preparation for presentation of the superintendent's proposed capital improvement plan in November. It is important to note, that while we continue to be good stewards of taxpayer money, especially during the pandemic, we must plan for necessary repairs and improvements to facilities. Neglecting our buildings and failure to plan for the future could result in emergency costs or larger investments in the long run. The information presented tonight represents that of a working document that will evolve until the school board's approval in December and possibly even until the final adoption in May. Included at your seat is a spreadsheet showing the CIP's recommended 10-year plan, fiscal year 23 descriptions and verifications for your reference. Any additions to the current adopted plan are either highlighted in blue, items moved within fiscal years are highlighted in green, and items with cost changes are highlighted in orange. The process began this spring to ensure adequate time prior to the operating budget development to focus on the capital improvement plan. Principals were asked to submit requests for facility improvements this spring, and operations was asked to provide information on division-wide projects and routine maintenance schedules as well. The committee then reviewed and evaluated their requests to determine whether projects met the criteria to go forward as a capital improvement project. The Capital Improvement Plan Committee consisted of principals from all 3 levels, several community members, and central office support team members. The committee met on 2 separate occasions, once in August and once in September. Information provided to the committee included enrollment projections as compared to building capacities. This information was from a previous year, as updated enrollment projections are not available until later this month. In addition, project requests received from schools was reviewed, as well as the current school board adopted capital improvement plan for fiscal years 22 through 31. The estimates for projects in the capital improvement plan include 10% for architecture and engineering/design, 5% for contingency, an annual escalation rate of 3% per annum. A new project may appear in the CIP for the first time due to new or updated information, say, for example, new state requirements or mandates, the refurbishment or replacement cycles, or for safety reasons. As funding is appropriated annually, tonight our initial focus is on fiscal year 23. We'll review the changes for fiscal year 23 from the adopted fiscal year 22 5-year plan, and we'll also review modifications to the current plan that may have arisen from need or changes in cost estimates. This year, we enhanced the process for the schools requesting facility improvement requests. Any item that did not meet the thresholds are being considered and completed in the operating and maintenance budget, the year-end spending plan, or determined not needed at this time. On this slide, you will see requests that met the monetary threshold of $50,000 to become a CIP project and were eligible for review by the CIP committee. All refurbishment and replacement cycles remain the same with the exceptions of those in red. The lifespan of carpet is 5 to 15 years, and tile is 20 to 25 years. WJCC work order and principal requests for painting and carpet replacement fall within those timeframes. The life cycle of tile has also been proven to be accurate, as seen in the aesthetics and condition of tiles installed at many of our schools over 20 years ago. Based on industry standard, current condition, work order requests, and history of replacements at other division schools, tennis and track services have been changed from 25 to a 20-year cycle. The proposed fiscal year 23 projects are listed on the screen. Those items in black were adopted in the fiscal year 22 through 31 CIP. The items in red are additions to the previous CIP fiscal year 23 projects. In the original school board approved CIP last year, both the Lafayette 900 building renovation and Jamestown cafeteria expansion were placed in fiscal year 23. They were moved out by 1 year in the final adopted CIP last year to fiscal year 24. The committee recommends moving them back to fiscal year 23 based on need. Both the Lafayette 900 building renovation and Jamestown cafeteria expansion have also been included in the fiscal year 21 year-end spending plan, as is the dehumidification system at Clareburg Baker. As stated on the previous screen, some items were added to the fiscal year 23 proposed projects. On this screen, you will see the committee recommended additions and changes to the first 5 years of the fiscal year 22 through 31 plan. On this screen, you will see the committee recommended additions and changes to the last 5 years of the fiscal year 22 through 31 plan. That concludes my part of the presentation. Ms. Ewing?
Thank you, Mr. Snipes. The CIP Committee's proposed 5-year plan totals $80,786,000. Some of the major projects included in the 5-year plan include the following: construction of the Jamestown cafeteria expansion and renovation of the 900 building at Lafayette, an expansion at War Hill, a new elementary school, and HVAC replacements at Matthew Whaley and Stonehouse. I'd also like to point out that projects totaling approximately $6.8 million in fiscal year 23 are also part of the proposed year-end spending plan for this year. If the spending plan is approved, then these projects would come out of the CIP. Next steps in the process include a public hearing on October 19th, followed by the presentation of the superintendent's proposed CIP on November 9th. And that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So this is from the committee. The committee still goes to the superintendent, and then that gets proposed to the school board.
Yes.
Got you. Thank you. Ms. Owenby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple questions. Mr. Snipes, how old is the roof for the central, here at central
Roof
office?
was placed on in 1998. It's a 30-year metal roof replacement.
And so the new roof that would be proposed would be another 30-year roof?
Yes, propose another metal roof in kind.
Because we don't think we're going to have new space for another 15 or 20 years. I just hate to put a roof on and then raise it. Like, there's have
I think we can't assume that there will be a new building, so we start to prepare for the renovation of this one and put it into the plan as a cost that we wouldn't want to spend on an old building, but we do need to start to think about maintenance of this building if we're going to be in it for a long time.
That kills me. That kills me. Then I have another question. And so, can you explain to me the details of the dehumidification system at Baker and the cost? That seems very expensive too. For an old building.
Right. The system was original to the building in 1989. We replaced the building about 10 years ago, 10 or 15 years ago. It was replaced in kind, so it does not have humidity control in the building. This will allow for us to have humidity control. At the present time, humidity is controlled by the number of occupants in the building. And what we've experienced over the last couple of months is that without occupants in the building, it could create some indoor air quality issues. So this will help dehumidify.
Wait, maybe I fell asleep at the first part. So is this a whole new HVAC system with a dehumidification, or it's just the dehumidification?
No, it's just the dehumidification, yes, ma'am.
And the controls.
And the HVAC.
And the control.
And controls, but the HVAC system is how old?
I will get that to you specifically, but I know it was from 1989, 20 years.
Again, I guess that's my
2009.
concern, is putting an expensive new part onto an existing old part.
Or are they mutually exclusive?
The building is currently operating without a humidity control system, so yes, they are exclusive.
But if you were to replace the whole system today, you'd also replace it with the humidity controls
That
as
is
part
correct.
of it.
Well, so, okay, so what would it cost to get an appropriate HVAC system?
I could get that answer to you.
That's a good question because, I mean,
Probably a factor of 5.
Yeah.
current replacement for the HVAC at Clarebird Baker is in fiscal years 28 and 29 at an estimated cost of approximately $2.6 million.
Yes, for me, it just seems piecemeal. So, like, getting in the weeds, but it just seems like that HVAC system is old. I just think we're going to spend this, and then we're going to spend another $2 million. So, we save any money when we lump it all together.
We're not replacing it for another 8 years.
And I think it's been driven, Ms. Omby, by some of the air quality issues
I
this
understand
summer,
that.
which...
No, I understand why. I get that. I'm just trying to not piecemeal it. And if we're eventually going to have to replace it, not that I don't think we should. I understand that fully. But if we lump it together and get buy one, get one.
Again, as the longer we take to do the dehumidification system, the more it will cost in the future. So you could be adding that cost on to what you're currently running to replace.
Ms. Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious who the community members were that served on the committee?
Community members were Mr. Robert Townsend, Mr. Michael Wilkes, and Mr. Sam Hall from William and Mary.
Their expertise is from?
Well, Sam is the facilities director at William and Mary. Michael Wilkes is a community member who was in our school division and has worked with us extensively as a volunteer. And Mr. Townsend, of course, works over at Newtown and builds buildings.
I believe it's Michael Willen, was that
Michael
correct?
Willen, excuse me, I said Wilkes.
Okay.
Michael
I see.
Willen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Michael- Wait, Michael Willing, he builds buildings?
No, Robert Townsend.
Oh. Michael Willing, what is his expertise?
He's a member of our community, and he was also worked with us in the school division for a number.
He's just on a lot of committees.
Yes.
He's representing the Parent-Teacher Association perspective.
So I just wanted to make a handful of comments. This is great work, thank you. Really like the box that talks about the addition to James Blair. We're not losing that, it's just noted. I appreciate that, because I don't ever want to lose sight of that. I also feel like, you have 3 colors, an addition to the plan, a change in the fiscal year, and a change in the amount. I almost feel like you need to have a 4th box, because the elementary school is listed as new in its addition to the plan, but it kind of isn't. Like, it is, but it isn't.
Right.
And so, like, it's almost like you need that 4th box, like was in the plan, but was taken out by not by us. So
Right.
so like, because blue to me indicates like really new, like new to us. So anyway, just thought I would mention that. While I'm talking about the elementary school, I feel like we should really be clear that that's pre-K to 12, pre-K to 5 space, not K5. Like, it might include. That's a TBD, right? So it's to just call it an elementary school may or may not be 100% accurate, right? And then I also wanted, like, when you had the reasons, the growth, like, I almost feel like that needs another category too, like past growth, like already been there, done that. We're just trying to catch up, and then like, oh, and then this is for future growth. Like, we're going to grow into this because. Like, to suggest, because some people say, oh, well, you guys aren't going to grow that much anymore, and our growth has slowed down, but we never built for our past growth, and so we're really jammed in there, we're really, and then with social distancing, it's even worse, which is why we had to put a gazillion trailers in. So I just wanted to mention that. And then one other thing that I would really love to see this committee do is to really, to think big. Dr. Herron has to come to us with a recommendation, and she has to weigh together with all of you what she thinks we will support, what she thinks the community will pay for, all those sort of financial and political considerations. I would like this work to be void of that, and to include the pool, to include, the extra fields so that we can add lacrosse, to include the extra, or the track, because it's in terrible condition at Lafayette, arts facilities. I would like this recommendation to actually reflect the needs of the students, and then, and then it's up to Dr. Herron to determine what makes it to this body and then ultimately to our funders. And so I would just encourage you in the future to really reflect what the students need to, whether it's academic space or athletic space or after-school activity space or arts-related space. You know, just think, because I don't think we do an accurate job of reflecting what our kids really need. Like, we don't have a pool. We have, you know, state championship swim teams. We don't have a pool. We have pools around that we kind of beg, borrow, and steal, but we don't have a pool. And anyway, so I just wanted to point that out.
As a reminder, we did include running tracks in previous years, and track refurbishments are a part of this. So an athletic index has been included for this CIP. I would know that we do have, and we're constructing previously a long-range master planning committee that actually included some of those things like an aquatic facility that would inform our CIP committee.
Thank you very much. I look forward.
Those are, as an excellent point, Ms. Cook. I think part of that is missing in the last year because we haven't been able to pull together the long-range planning committee, but that will be something looking forward that will inform this committee, and that I'm sure will have the aquatic center and things like that in it. So that we're in the process of even starting to relook at all athletic facilities again and do another review process of all of that.
Especially going into the public hearing to inform the CIP, this is really, I mean, this is an opportunity to just seed the public's thinking about what is out there and what the staff thinks and what the community thinks. And so I just think that it makes for potentially a more robust public hearing. Thank you. Great work. Thank you, Mr. Snipes.
Ms. Young?
Yes, Mr. Snipes, the amounts here in yellow and orange, does that reflects the 3% increase?
It does. All numbers include escalation.
Okay, that's what I wanted to check. And then one of the things that just Ms. Cook just brought up is pre-K space. Are we going to hear from the pre-K committee that has been formed to recommend what needs to happen for pre-K space? I mean, we're planning, we are currently using our school facilities for pre-K space, but is that coming?
Yes, that is coming. They presented to the liaison committee at the last meeting. They had some more work. They have some more work that they have to go do, and so we're expecting to get something about in October.
Yeah, there's some, I know the report is in process,
Right.
Mr. Kelly, and I know there's been some preliminary conversation about the possibility of presenting the report at the same time as our CIP is presented. We're going backwards and forwards to what that would look like because it's been very difficult to find times to present to all three boards separately, and should it be presented to all three boards at once. So there's some discussion going on as to when that report will actually happen and how.
Okay.
It should be out before the end of the year.
Yes, sir.
I mean, because I think that would certainly help advise us to know more what we need to do to prepare for this. I guess my other thing too, I remember a few years ago, and I mean, I think it was at War Hill. I know at Jamestown also we had trouble with the tracks and tennis courts. I mean, I noticed that on here, the War Hill track, it's been mentioned that it's in terrible shape. Was it moved back or forward? I mean, was it moved up closer to be repaired, or was it moved further?
It was the Lafayette track in this one. War Hill has been repaired. The Lafayette track was moved up to fiscal year 24, I believe, from fiscal year 28.
In pretty bad shape.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I think
It's in
it's
very bad shape.
I mean, I guess, I think that may be something that we should maybe earmark for end-of-year spending, because, I mean, safety is a high priority for kids. I don't want them to trip and fall, but...
One of the things we plan on doing, if this is not approved in this year's CIP, is we're going to resurface. We're going to do something to lane 1. We're going to ensure that the long jump is fixed. So some of those areas we are going to be able to recoat and resurface.
But was it War Hill that, where they had to go in and redo the?
Yes, ma'am.
the-
Yes, ma'am. You are
The
absolutely
underlayment
correct.
and everything of the
Yes.
track? That's what I'm trying to, but so.
Had to go in and redo the substructure as well as sealing and do some quality control things there with drainage.
Right, I remember that. So, but, I mean, on here, you're saying that track should be repaired every 20 years, is that correct?
Correct. Based on what our conditions and climate, there are like 4 components that you want to look at when you're changing out, and one of those 4 is climate, and we've had some weather over the last 2 years that have really damaged the track even more.
I know, I mean, so is 20 years really a reasonable, is that an adequate and accurate?
Industry standards say 20 years with adequate maintenance. So what we want to do is ensure we have adequate maintenance every year, is to make sure we're resurfacing and doing things properly so that we can make sure that every 20 years is adequate.
Okay, because I mean, I want the kids to, I mean, that's what we're about. I want them to have safe and.
You recall in 2016, we put Jamestown's track in, and we provide adequate maintenance there, and War Hill from the previous year, so that 20 years from now, when Dr. Herron is still here, hopefully, she can remember that we did it, and we'll be still going fine.
Thanks, Mr. Snipe, for that vote of confidence
Yes.
for 20 years.
Yeah.
Let's hope Mr. Snipes is here in 20 years.
There you go.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Your mouth to God's ears.
Mr. Towle.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I think I'm going to get an adequate maintenance answer to this question, but it's in reference to carpet at Matthew Whaley, repair and replace, $144,000, and then replace, just a strict replace at Norge Elementary for $200,000 more. And just as I look at this, and kind of the running theme here is, are we going to be doing a full replacement years at Matthew Whaley?
At Matthew Whaley, you have to remember it's a smaller school. Norge is our largest school, so that's why you have a much more robust cost. But at the same time, with Mr. Walker and the committee have talked about changing carpet to tile in our schools that would make it a little more feasible in indoor air quality as well as maintenance. But the biggest reason that if you're asking about cost, the cost difference is because Norge is dramatically larger.
Yes and no, not necessarily just about cost, but are we going to be duplicating our efforts in a number of years when we strike the repair and we just do a replace at Matthew Whaley? Is that coming?
I'm not understanding. Every 10 years, we will repaint and do carpet. So at a 20-year mark, we will be doing paint, carpet, and tile, and then 10 years after that, we'll be just doing carpet and paint.
So for my edification, if you can help me, we see repair at Matthew Whaley in conjunction with replace.
Okay.
But at Norge is just replace. That's where.
Okay, I understand. I think it's a matter of word choice when you type this, but we will be replacing carpet as well.
Okay.
Yes.
That answers my question. Okay.
Yes.
And then fire panels. Can you provide a better description of what's happening there?
Well, fire panels. So maybe we get that question a lot.
Yeah,
Fire
pretty
panels,
much.
we do. Fire panels alert the schools as well as fire department of when there's a fire. So we want to make sure we update those consistently.
Is that across all schools and all
That's across. We
buildings?
replaced fire panels about 2 years ago in the fiscal year 19 CIP for about $100,000 across the schools. Now this will do other schools. I think this will do Matoka and DJ. So.
When I saw that, and again, I was really want to know what the description actually was, but I'm also wondering how that ties in with our the inspection we're about to receive, the safety and security.
I don't think it's looking at the maintenance of that kind of thing. It's more physical presence and the opportunity for outsiders to come into our building. Is that kind of safety and the review that we're about to have.
Thank you.
Ms. Young?
I just had a question. You mentioned that you were looking at tile versus carpet.
Yes. Carpet, of course, can be an irritant for people with asthma in maintaining it, and carpet also contains allergens. So it's easier to maintain a tile floor than there is carpet. And so what we would do, and we've talked to Mr. Walker and the principals about making sure they had rugs so that kids could sit on at story time and other So that, but the floor would be tile, but then we'd have a runner or some kind of carpet for those students.
The only thing I will say as a teacher, having tile versus carpeting, it's a huge difference as far as noise control in a classroom and instructional time better spent for teachers so that kids can hear.
Thanks for that information. We'll go back and review that with everyone.
So, I understand, I have allergies, I understand, but I would always go for carpeting over tile as far as for kids. Just, it's much more comfortable for them. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hummel.
What is CMU at Matoka? What does it mean, a repaint?
It's just concrete wall. Concrete walls,
So CMU means concrete.
masonry unit.
Otherwise, is big bricks.
Right.
So the big bricks are, these are all CMU.
So these behind, okay, those are, okay, thank you. And then this just, when I was looking at all of these with the field lighting, are we all kind of equitable at this point with field lighting with our middle schools and high schools? I remember that was a big deal a couple of years ago.
I'm sorry, my memory escapes me on that one, but I can definitely get you an answer. I know we looked at field lighting previously, and that we have updated our field lighting at a lot of our schools. The only areas that we didn't update field lighting was at some of our high schools, because then we provided them with generator lighting after hours.
Yeah, I remember that being a big deal a couple of years ago, and I didn't know whether we had made any progress with
I believe we purchased a lot of movable structures as well as permanent structures so that every field was equitably served for the students.
Any other comments? Dr. Beers?
Just a quick one. I'm looking under the Norge, the electrical system. We're just you're not replacing the entire system. It's just the parts that are broken or not functioning.
There are many parts that building are still original to the building. So parts are becoming obsolete and becoming unreliable. We're going to go through and look at those and ensure we change out the ones that we can. If not, we're going to have to use operating budget to do so.
So, a couple of things. First, I hear the need for the long-range strategic plan committee, but this committee is tasked with helping the superintendent come up with the next year's tactical capital plan. So I think that we got to make sure that we have the two buckets in different, that we have a long-range plan where we want to pool and we want these other things, but the superintendent has to propose. And so I think this committee helps her come up with that budget versus.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, that's fine. I cut myself off.
I was just going to say, it would be helpful to me, and maybe other people, if next to each school, we could, when I'm looking at these things, and I'm wondering why we're talking about, if we could have the year the school was built. So that, so that we understand more the need.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, you may.
Sometimes it's based on when the school was built, and sometimes it's based on when we replace something. For example, Matthew Whale was built in 1931, but we're replacing the carpet because we haven't replaced it since 1998. So that's one of those reasons. So yes, I understand that, but we can definitely put the years next to it.
And Ms. Young, behind every single piece of this, there's a very detailed replacement cycle plan, which there's some modifications made to it this year because of experience of staff. But the year we can certainly add just for information to this document.
It might be better served in the descriptions and verifications document when you get to the rationale said last replaced in.
Yeah, that would help too.
Whatever, because I'm hoping we replaced the carpet since 1931.
Yes, we have.
I hope so.
At least once.
At least once.
Did they have carpet in it?
I think they did.
Thank you.
So anyway, just making sure we have the purpose of the committee. The roof on James Blair, you can't buy a roof that's less than 20 years, and so the metal roof is probably about the same cost for 30 years. We hope this building's not around in 20 years, much less in 30 years, but who knows at this point, right? So the yellow revised numbers that you have here, are these better estimates,
Well, for example, many of your revised numbers are your walk-in refrigerator freezers.
Yep.
That's because when we recently conducted some projects and we did I think it was at Jamestown, we discovered that the pricing has gone up dramatically.
Right.
So that's why all your prices for your refrigerators and your freezers have increased at each location. Some have not because they're not larger, but some have.
Right.
And Mr. Falzone is here tonight. He was a part of that project of getting that in if you have additional questions about
Do
that.
not. So, so basically, what I think Mrs. Young asked this question, and I just want to make sure we're clear on this. So, when we price out a project in 29, we give a price what it's going to be today, and then we escalate it 3 years on out, and that's how much
3%.
is 3%. Yeah, whatever. That's right, 3% on out, and that's how we come up with that number that's in the out years.
Right.
So, so these numbers are revised estimates. Some might be up, some might be down, but they're just kind of right there, right? I agree with Mrs. Young. I'm not sure that a track and a tennis court last 20 years. But even with maintenance, it just seems that's a stretch, but I'll let you figure that out. The other thing too, I want to say, I just want to say to the committee and to you and to the rest of the folks who come up with the CIP, it is important that we invest in our buildings and do these capital improvements for a lot of reasons. I think our school buildings are certainly a sense of pride for our community. I think they need to be safe for our students, safe for our teachers, and a place where people want to go to work. And so I appreciate the investments that we make and the consideration that we put into to decide which projects to work. We're not quote unquote gold plating that we're keeping our buildings in good condition. We read an awful lot about other systems that don't do that, and how that degrades. When the building degrades, the educational services degrade, and everything just kind of goes downhill. So, it's money, but it's money that comes out in the quality of education that's delivered to our students. So, I think this is great work by the committee, and I look forward to the superintendent's proposed in our next meeting. Any other comments before Dr. Beers?
Yeah, I just would like to reinforce exactly what you said is, I think our facilities are just top-notch and have been for many, many years, because we have a citizenry they really do support the very best kinds of facilities we have, and they, and I think they learned a long time ago that it's really important to have the kinds of facilities that stay up to date, to provide the opportunities and in other areas for our students. We're not like some school systems where they continue to add on to an old high school. That it just grows and grows and grows like I can't even describe it. We just don't think that way. I think it's really important, and I commend you and the committee and the superintendent that this is scrutinized every single year. So it's not like, well, yeah, we've got this plan and we come back to it and we review it. It gets revised because of, conditions change or some boiler, came apart, whatever it might be. So I can't stress how really important it is. And I really hope that we have some citizens that come out and recognize that and support the CIP.
Thank you, Dr. Beers. That moves us on to 7.02, Design Progress Update on Value Engineering for the War Hill High School Auxiliary Gymnasium Project. Do I go to Dr. Herron, or do I just go to Mr. Snipes?
You can go straight to Mr. Snipes to introduce this evening. Thank you.
Good evening again. In May of 2021, the board awarded the architectural design of the War Hill High School Auxiliary Gym project to HBA Architects. And in August of 2021, WJCC contracted with MVP under annual contract number 2014537 to perform value engineering. The purchasing policy states that value engineering must be done when a project is over $2 million, and the War Hill Gym does exceed that $2 million cost. A representative from HBA is present this evening to present and update the value engineering recommendations that utilize the Society of American Value Engineers traditional approach. MVP, who performed the value engineering, did a pre-workshop services, workshop services, and post-workshop services. Cost of the value engineering services was $49,000 and was included in the overall project budget for the auxiliary gym. The superintendent recommends the board review the value engineering information and the recommendations. Mr. Ross is here from HBA tonight to provide the presentation on value engineering, and Mr. Falzone is also here to answer questions as he was part of that value engineering committee.
So just before we get into that, process-wise, do we approve these at some point, or is this kind of for our information and comment, and or do we have to approve the recommendations from the? So is this just for our information, and we're not going to?
Yeah, I believe the value engineering recommendations are here, and then Mr. Ross is going to give the architect's response to those.
Okay.
And then I don't know that we need formal approval, Mr. Snipes, do we? I don't think so.
No, we don't need formal approval, but we definitely want your input because that will inform our decision about things we would like in the school.
I am certain we will give you our input.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that introduction. Good evening, board chair, school board members, and Dr. Herron. Good to see you again. I was here about, I guess, 7 weeks ago and presented this schematic design concept for the auxiliary gym shelter edition. And about 3 weeks after that, we completed our 35% design construction documents and furnished those to MVP, and they started their value engineering process. And then about 2 weeks ago, they presented their value engineering proposals to the design team. We reviewed them all in detail, and we've made some initial recommendations for you in terms of whether we think they should be approved or not, but subject to discussion and further comment. So we've got 20 VE proposals. This is the first three. You can see there's a lot of words. Is it the board's wish that I review these with you in detail?
I don't think so. I don't think I want you to go through each line item in detail. Do we? How many line items do you have?
There's 20. There's 6 pages of this. It's at your pleasure.
I don't think I'd.
Read it, so.
Lisa?
Well, I wasn't on the board when value engineering made recommendations for Blair, but I know some things were value engineered away, and I think maybe my assumption as a community member is the board wasn't fully aware of that, so I wouldn't mind walking through them because this is where we lose stuff.
Okay, well, I'll
Quickly, can we go over them quickly?
try to get through them quickly.
Instead of in detail?
Try to do it as quick as I can. Okay, so idea A 1.0, and the prefixes stand for, A is for architectural. The proposal is substitute resilient athletic flooring in lieu of wood athletic flooring in the gym. So resilient athletic flooring is a rubberized surface. Generally, it comes in, it rolls about 6 to 8 feet wide, and it's welded together. Typically, you'll see this a lot in elementary school gyms and some middle school gyms. The justification here is that it's a less expensive floor system and might be better suited for the alternative use of this facility as a shelter because you wouldn't have to protect it as you would a wood floor. It is a projected savings or cost reduction of about a little bit more than $21,000. Our preliminary recommendation is that you stick with the wood floor because it has a longer life if well maintained, and the staff prefers the wood athletic flooring, and it also makes it comparable to the Jamestown and Lafayette High School auxiliary gyms, which also have the wood flooring. Comments or
Agreed.
questions about that? All right, the next one's an easy one. A 3.0, utilize double doors in the multi-purpose room in lieu of calling overhead doors. We think that's a good idea and recommend approval. The opening will be the same size as what was provided by the overhead door, and it'll be better insulated. A 6.0, consider redesign of the two-slope roof over the multi-purpose room to match the existing roof line, delete a short section of roof. In general, just simplify the roof. We've agreed to do this, and I've already done the redesign, and we'll show you a diagram in a few minutes to tell you what that looks like, but we think that's an improvement worth doing.
Okay.
A 17.0, revise non-load bearing walls from CMU, concrete masonry unit, to metal studs with impact-resistant chipboard. Keeps coming. So their justification is that stud and chipboard walls reduce weight on the structural slab and are easier to install conduits and outlets and reduce construction cost. The walls that we'd be talking about are primarily the walls that are around the restrooms and storage rooms. And I consider these to be kind of high-traffic, high-abuse areas, and not in favor of putting drywall in these applications, because we would probably end up having to cover them with ceramic tile or some other product that wasn't factored into the proposed cost savings. So I think the proposed cost reduction is a little bit overstated, and would recommend staying with concrete masonry units, especially in a gymnasium type functional environment, and also considering its use as a shelter.
Yeah, you can quit selling. We're good.
Okay. All right. A 21.0, we have 6 basketball goals in the Aux Gym, 2 main goals, and then 6 practice goals. Currently, our design calls for electrically operated main goals and then manual operated side goals. The proposal here is to change them all to manual. It would be a savings of about $14,000 to $15,000.
Yeah, we're good. Well, I think
But staff said no.
I'm good with. We agree with your.
Okay, so
But staff said no, so we're not going to do that.
Yeah, staff has to live with it.
Yeah, so.
staff prefers electric. It's what they
Okay,
asked.
so I'm trying to say that I agree with his recommendation.
Okay.
I agree
Not
with the no.
staff?
Okay.
He's saying move on.
A 23.0, eliminate
So, hold on a
acoustical
second. So, Lisa,
treatments.
I'm confused.
so the value engineer said make them all manual. He said keep them where they are. 2 electric and 4 manual, right?
That's our recommendation.
And we agree with that.
But that's not what it says, so I'm confused.
So
So-
does the school staff.
Engineer says no to that recommendation. All the way over to the right.
But then
Yeah,
I'm
I read it the other way too. But I see what
I'm
you're saying.
confused
I
because that's
misunderstood.
not the way I read it if you go back to the floor, so that I'm confused. If you look at,
Staff prefers electric operating or manual, so no to the recommendation.
okay, no to the recommendation.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
No to the review proposal.
so we're going
To
to,
the other 2 high schools, are they also electric?
The main goals are electric at the other 2 high
Yeah,
schools.
I agree. Yeah.
It was always, it has one who was cranked that. It was always
Yeah,
good
now forget it.
development. Oh,
Right.
Good.
At our
good.
gyms at the church, yeah.
It's like running laps.
If you run your mouth too much, you end up doing this. Not that I would know that, but go.
All right. A 23.0, eliminate acoustical treatments in the gym multipurpose room. We think they should be there, but we think it could also be a bid alternate, a good opportunity for a bid alternate. They were a bid alternate in Lafayette, and they were not installed. They were a bid alternate at Jamestown, and they were installed.
These multipurpose rooms are used for meetings and teaching in classrooms and that kind of thing?
It could be used for teaching. It could be used for community events. It is designed to be a true multipurpose room.
the PE classes are taught in the Aux Gym
Right.
class.
So if it's a bid alternate, you get a price for it. It's not included in the base bid, and you can choose at that time to accept it or not, depending on how the base bid comes in compared to your funds available.
Okay. So we agree with the architect engineer recommendation that make it a bid alternate. Yes.
Okay. A25.0, eliminate parapets at the south elevation. We had some rather tall parapets to hide some of the rooftop mechanical units. The reality is that nobody will see them unless that they're out there on the track or the football field. So it makes sense to not have them as tall. So we recommend accepting that.
Okay.
A27.0, this was just a little bit of simplification to the front entrance and the way the canopy overhung the door element, and we think that was a good improvement. Anytime you can eliminate a notch or two in the building envelope, you're reducing flashing details.
Okay.
We recommend accepting that. All right, so the next three are structural. S2.0, reduce joist bearing height in auxiliary gym from 28 to 25.4. What this would essentially do is reduce your clear height from 24 feet to 22 feet. 24 feet clearance is better than 22, better for your especially for volleyball. We had 20. We basically did it the same height as we did Lafayette. 24 feet. Jamestown was taller because we were matching up the roof line of the existing gym, which was closer to about 28 or 29 feet clear. So if we drop it down to 22, you could get some complaints from volleyballers. That's the issue.
Volleyball doesn't use the Aux gym at Lafayette.
Yeah, it's fine for basketball.
Okay. I think we're good with the recommendation of no.
So leave it as is?
Yes.
All right. S3.0 at multipurpose room, revised roof to standing seam slope roof to flat, from standing seam slope roof to flat roof over entire space. So obviously a flat lower roof reduces building volume. It would be less expensive than a standing seam metal roof. We continued the roof line of the locker rooms, which was sloped and standing seams for the architectural component. There was also a request to have high ceiling space within the multipurpose room to accommodate gymnastics.
Does that, I always thought that flat roofs were.
We don't do what we call flat roofs, we do low slope. So you would still have a 1/2 inch per foot sloping surface on the roof. Not dead flat, but perceptually it is flat. The existing school has a good amount of flat roofs, low slope.
I agree with the no. Leave it as designed.
Okay. S6.0, use fiber mesh in lieu of welded wire fabric and floor slabs. We agree with this recommendation, although we think the savings is probably overstated by a factor of 2. And we'd like to recommend approval of that.
Okay.
All right, so the next 3 are mechanical. M1.0, provide heat wheel for energy recovery on RTUs 1 and 2. So this actually would add cost to the project. And I failed to mention that at the front. The black numbers with the negative signs are cost reductions. The red numbers with the plus signs are cost additions to our current budget estimate.
Could you briefly describe what you mean by a heat wheel?
Energy heat wheel, it recovers, it pulls some of the heat out of the return air coming back into the unit and recycles it. So it reduces energy costs slightly, and it also allows you to reduce the compressor size slightly, so it results as a smaller first cost. We've had a lot of issues with energy heat whales
Are we
in the
going to save
last
that much money?
15 or 20 years, especially they're very high maintenance.
Oh, yeah, so it's
And
not.
they tend to not last, and when when they break, they tend to not get repaired, so you end up with a much less efficient system than what you'd originally designed. So we don't think it's a good idea, and certainly not worth spending extra money on.
I agree with you. We agree with you.
M13.0, provide ducted return from multipurpose room and auxiliary gym to their respective RTUs. This was also a proposed cost increase of about $6,500. Right now, the return air goes into the ceiling space above the hallway and the bathrooms. Ducting it would just create a more internal system. We don't think having a little bit of duct moving air noise is a bad thing in the hallway and also in the bathrooms. We don't see that there's a lot of value in adding this.
That was the only reason for the recommendation, was to reduce noise?
Yeah.
Oh.
It doesn't improve the quality of the HVAC, it just reduces noise.
Agree.
All right. M15.0, revise HVAC design conditions from 0.4 to 1% to decrease equipment loads and sizes. So we used a 0.4 design condition because the gymnasium is planned to be both a multi-purpose space and also a shelter. And the shelter use might come in summer months or early fall months. So we felt like having a more stringent design condition requirement would give you a better HVAC solution given the proposed use.
So what do you mean by design condition?
I was afraid you were going to ask me that.
Yeah, right.
I'm not a mechanical engineer. Do you know, Jim?
Jim? Jim?
There's a governing agency in the country called ASHRAE that oversees most HVAC standards. And they've compiled, along with the U.S. Navy and the National Weather Service, historical weather data that is available for HVAC designers to use whenever they need to determine how much capacity you need in your air conditioning systems. So the 0.4% design condition actually uses, it encourages engineers to use more extreme outdoor air temperatures when they design their systems than 1% does. And the result of that is going to be that the air conditioning system will be larger, have a higher capacity. So rather than, so the cost reduction here would come from using a less stringent outdoor air condition, and would therefore make the air conditioning system smaller, so it'd be cheaper to buy and install. The design committee didn't want to go that way. We thought that because this could be used possibly as a shelter during the summertime, we wanted to make sure that we had adequate air conditioning. So that was our recommendation.
Virginia.
As an architect, I think of it in terms of a safety factor. The higher the design condition, the more chance you're going to have indoor air temperatures that are outside your desired temperature range.
Yep. I think we agree with your no. Julie wants to know what RTU means.
Stop it.
Rooftop unit.
Everybody here knows what RTU is.
Okay, moving on, electrical. Run dedicated electrical circuit from adjacent electrical substation to auxiliary gym pad transformer. So they're in the southeast corner of the site. There is an electrical substation currently. So it's something we're going to approach Dominion Power about, see if they're interested in doing that. Probably more first cost for them, but less cost for you. So if we can get them to agree to that, we will proceed. That's going to take some time.
Well, Dominion's going to be all about it if you want to pay for it, right? They're not going to pay for it themselves, most likely.
We're going to try.
Okay. Go with your maybe.
Yeah. It does add value to the project in terms of more reliability.
So you sell it to Dominion that because it's a shelter, it makes better, more
That's
reliable.
That's going to be our approach, that because it's a shelter, we'd like that more reliable power.
Okay.
E2.0, install emergency generator inside hardened facility perimeter with a protected path from the interior. They predicted a cost impact of over $25,000 or almost $26,000. We've actually been able to redesign the part of the building where the mechanical electrical room was and the bathrooms to be able to fit it in our current footprint. So we can do this without adding money to the project. So we're recommending doing this.
Still allows for space to maintain the generator?
Excuse me?
Still have space to maintain the generator in the building?
Yes,
in the building?
It will have adequate clearance space.
Okay.
It also puts the generator inside the hardened facility, which improves the reliability.
Sure. Sandy?
Generator.
Now, which bathroom? You say it's going to take bathroom space?
We didn't reduce bathroom fixture quantities. We just made the layout more efficient. And I'll show you the plan here in a few minutes.
I have a question about, what will these generators run on?
Excuse me?
What will they run on if you lose all the power?
We have designed the generator to run on natural gas. It'll be underground coming in, which is also the most reliable system.
The additional thinking here is, I'm sorry, Dr.
Which in
Beers.
itself generates heat. So is it still appropriate to enclose them?
It's going to have a manifold and exhaust and a muffler that directs all of that to the outside of the building.
Thanks.
And it'll also have a fresh air intake that brings air in to replace that.
So, yeah, I heard you say you're going to show us this later. I'm curious because I heard you say there's more efficient layout in the bathrooms, but that worries me. I've seen other, so I think about the concessions in the auxiliary gym at Lafayette, which is like not even a closet. And so I just want to see what we lost.
So if you just jumped ahead, the upper right-hand corner was the previous layout. And you can see how the pink color is the bathrooms, and they're very long and somewhat inefficient in the way they're laid out because there's just a lot of length. And the mechanical room was that light green color, and the storage room was the bluish purple color. So we've made the mechanical electrical room bigger, and that white square you see is the location of the generator inside of that. And the bathrooms have been reconfigured to have the same number of fixtures, the same showers, actually better site control lines than the original bathrooms had. We've also been able to add a gender-neutral restroom as part of that suite.
It looks like you cut storage in half or more.
Storage is a little bit smaller, but we feel like it's still adequate, and it's still more than they asked for. Trying to do this without adding cost to the project.
Can I ask a question? When you're designing bathrooms, why don't you put more stalls in the women's? I'm sorry, having had to stand outside for waiting as the men go in and out, but I mean, why isn't that ever a consideration to add more stalls for the women?
I believe there are more for the women.
Aren't there more? I
Are there
thought
not? In that plan.
Counting?
And are those bathrooms just commodes, or are there showers in there too?
Each men's and women's group restroom has a handicap accessible shower.
Okay.
Mr. Ross,
A single shower?
Oh, it's only one more.
Mr. Ross, are there code requirements for the number of restrooms needed in a facility for men and women?
We have provided
That is one of the reasons why there are.
And there are more fixtures for the women's side than there are for
I
the
think what Ms. Young is asking is, why haven't you doubled those number?
Yes,
Right,
exactly.
not that there is not more. So, but there are code requirements, Ms. Young.
I understand
Okay.
about the code, but the code is unrealistic.
Okay,
I mean, I'm
understand.
going to
Not gonna
challenge
argue
the
that with
code.
And since you have this slide up, I'm going to ask about the bleachers. When you extend them completely, do they go onto the basketball court, or do they?
No, ma'am, the
Is that what happens?
the
That's what
bleachers are
happens at
shown in the
Blair.
extended configuration right now. So you can see that there's probably about 8 feet between the front of the bleachers and the edge of the basketball court.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so can you go back to now? All right, this is E6.0, replace manual transfer switch with automatic transfer switch. We agree that this is a good idea. Automatic transfer switch means that when the building loses power, the generator starts up automatically without having a human needed to interact with it, which is probably a good thing, especially when you're panicking.
Yep.
So we agree that that's a good thing. E8.0 include an additional transfer switch or switches to allow connection of a portable generator. We didn't feel like this was worth spending an extra $20,000 for. We're going to provide an extremely reliable generator with redundant systems that's served by underground gas. The idea of being able to hook up another generator in the event that this one fails, it's a redundancy. If you can find another emergency generator when you need it. Probably unlikely.
Some of our light fixtures are currently generators as well, which we can use in an emergency, the current ones we have.
Particularly one of that size.
So we did not recommend spending an extra $20,000 to be able to possibly hook up a portable generator in the future.
Agreed. By me.
Okay, next, E14.0, utilize MC cable to the extent possible. I don't know what MC stands for, but it's flexible conduit. So that is a projected savings of close to $40,000. I think that's worth doing.
If you do, I do.
I think the savings may be a little bit overstated, but it's still a substantial number.
Okay.
E16.0, include remote fire alarm control panel for new addition monitored by the main building in the existing panel. Right now, we were tying into the existing system. In line with our thinking that we want to have this facility be as standalone as possible from the main building in the event systems or parts of the main building fail during a catastrophic event. Having the fire alarm system be standalone also makes sense. Our recommendation is we also make the fire alarm system standalone. So that means HVAC systems, plumbing systems, electrical systems, fire alarm systems are all standalone. If they fail inside the main building, they still will be available for the Aux Gym shelter operation.
Fire alarm control panel. Go ahead, Julie.
MC stands for metal clad cable.
Thank you.
Hey.
She's just a wealth of information today.
Next time she's on the Value Engineering Committee.
Google.
Google.
First policy, now value engineering.
Oh. Multifaceted.
So
Hold on a
the-
second. Ms. Young?
Yes, can we go back to S6, please?
S6.
Can you tell us the difference between the fiber mesh in lieu of the WWF and the floor slabs? What's
Okay,
the
so
difference?
fiber mesh.
Are you asking Julie or are you asking?
Well, Julie might be able to tell us if she wants to Google it.
No, I'd have to Google it, so he might be able to answer it fast.
So you know what fiberglass, raw fiberglass looks
No,
like?
don't do
It's
it.
just
Don't.
raw fibers that are about that long, that are very thin. And what they literally just take bags of this fiberglass mesh and mix it with the concrete. And that helps bind it together and gives it resistance to crack control. The other way that we do this is we use something called welded wire fabric, which is a grid of 4-inch by 4-inch or 6-by-inch square wire rods that are about 1/8 of an inch in diameter. If you've ever been on a job site and you've seen this wire orthogonal mat, that's a welded wire fabric. So the difference between those two is primarily in the labor savings. It takes more labor to install that welded wire fabric. The trick with welded wire fabric is you have to get it up into the concrete. It has to stay in the middle of the concrete, because if it sticks to the bottom of the concrete, it doesn't do any good. It's a very labor-intensive process. The downside of the fiber mesh is that sometimes you get a hairy concrete floor. Since we're putting finishes on top of the floor that won't telegraph that, we're not too concerned about that, because the wood floor, the ceramic tiles, those are all finishes that won't be affected by having a fuzzy floor.
And will it be as stable as, are they equally stable?
They both do the job of keeping the concrete from cracking.
Works for low load floors.
Are we considering this gym a low load area?
Yeah. You don't have trucks running around on top of it. You got people.
Getting to be bigger.
We'll be thickening the concrete slabs underneath the bleachers where the high load is. Other questions or comments? The summary of all these recommendations, cost reductions, cost additions, and the nets are on this page here. So the initial proposals ended up with a net estimated reduction of about $186,000. Our recommendations net out a reduction of around $70,000.
How much is the project?
Project is approximately $3.1 million construction cost.
Is that a typical 70,000?
Depends on what you're building.
It depends. You paid $50,000 to get that $70,000 too, so.
We didn't give them a lot to pick on.
Pretty simple building when you get to
Yeah, it's a pretty simple building. If you want to go to the next slide, I can show you what it looks like.
Kira, did you have something here?
I don't, thank you. I have an overarching question, and it comes to mind when talking about the extra generator and the floor material. Because this is going to be used as a shelter by James City County, which I'm really excited that they're going to have a proper shelter now. Were they involved in this value engineering process, their emergency management people?
Our design team.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so once again, the changes to the floor plan are in the lower left, upper right were the original floor plan. So we enlarged the mechanical electrical room to accommodate an indoor generator, reconfigured the restrooms to make them more efficient and have better sight lines, and also added a restroom or family restroom, whatever. And as somebody mentioned, the storage room did get a little bit smaller, but it's still the size that they asked for. We had a little bit extra space. So the upper right-hand corner is the original design elevation looking from the back of the building. The roof line had kind of a double pitch over the multi-purpose space. And then at the bottom, where it says south elevation, that's the revised elevation. So you see we took out some of the complexity right in the middle there. Much easier to flash, less to build.
The main building sheds water through gutters coming out somewhere.
The main building, the sloping roof is a continuation of the sloping roof on the existing locker rooms. There is currently a kind of a well, a shallow space between the main gym and the hallway. So we're maintaining that drainage out to the arms drainage.
Okay, so the main building doesn't drain onto the auxiliary gym.
Yes, sir.
And then the white square was the coil, is that right? The coil roof that was, or coil door that was replaced by the double doors?
That's,
So on the south, the one on, right
yeah,
there?
that white, yeah.
So that was the coil.
That was the coiling door. That's
Okay.
the standard pair of doors.
Okay.
And then the next slide shows that three-dimensionally. Most of the architectural savings is in simplifying the roof line around where the buildings come together at the main entrance.
Andy.
Yeah, I just have a question. I'm looking at the bathrooms. I mean, is one of these stalls in here on both the men and the women, or is it for handicapped? Assume it would be.
Yes, each restroom has a handicap stall. Restroom has a shower. The men's restroom has 4 fixtures. The women's restroom has, and plus there's a family or gender-neutral restroom right off of the corridor. That up. Okay. Other questions?
Just a question. The men's and women's locker rooms, that's not part of you're not involved in that. Do they have facilities in those locker rooms?
They have restroom and shower facilities in those.
So this is going to be in addition to what we already have there?
That's correct.
We already have there, right? Good, okay. I think that, because I can't tell from looking at their, so it's just.
We're not taking any fixtures away from those facilities.
Oh, no, I going back to my high school days and remembering the locker room and the lockers and the showers and I just, okay.
Okay, anything else? All right, go build it. So one question I do have. So we did this at 35% design. So you continue with your design to 100% and
We're going to be submitting 70% in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
And then after we're getting review comments on that, we'll move ahead to 100% by the end of this calendar year.
And we don't do the value engineering thing again, right? We're good?
I believe we're done.
Yep. Okay. Good. I think that's appropriate. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much
for your time tonight.
Thank you, Marcellus. 7.03, Hanover Research Social Emotional Survey Review. We have a short technology break as they set us up. It'll only take a minute. We want to take a 5-minute recess?
Can we do a 5-minute?
Go. Dr. Herron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This evening, we're going to invite Hanover Research, a group of experts from there, to present information on a survey that was conducted in May 2021 on social emotional learning. So I'm going to hand over to Hanover Research experts this evening to present the results and outcomes of the survey. Thank you for being here via Zoom this evening.
Dr. Herron and Word. Can you hear me okay?
Can, and it'd be nice if it was up a little bit. I'm not sure if that's possible, but we'll see.
My name is Dr. Kathleen Krastadrozny. I am the Content Director at Hanover Research, responsible for all things Williamsburg and James City. I have with me tonight to help with the presentation and to answer any of your questions, Dr. Matt Ragone. He's the Senior Advisor with us. Dr. Molly Hamilton, the Managing Director of Education and Survey Research, and Dr. Layla Newland, the Senior Managing Director for K-12 Research and Professional Services. And we're here to walk you through the presentation of your social emotional learning survey and to answer any questions that you might have. Tonight's presentation includes details on survey participation, some background on social emotional learning within the district, as well as what's required from the Commonwealth of Virginia, and key trends and findings that are specific to just this school district. As background, in case you're unaware of how Hanover works, we were founded in 2008. We support over 700 different K-12 school districts throughout the country. We are comprised of many analysts and people who possess PhDs who are responsible for methodologies, educational leadership research, policy, literacy, teacher education. We do a whole gamut of research that helps school districts throughout the country make positive impacts for students. As part of your customized subscription to Hanover, we conduct one research project at a time to meet the needs of the district. Each project is tailored to the research questions that the superintendent or her staff has designed or has questions around. And we match those questions to research methodologies for the purposes of providing responses that can inform good decisions and make positive impacts for your students. Today's survey is your social emotional learning survey that was conducted to assess the needs of the students in the school community related to social emotional learning and to assist in the planning of supports for your students, staff, and families as you return to in-person learning this fall. This particular survey was administered in May 2021 using our Qualtrics platform. Every respondent had to be a current member, parent, staff member, or student in grades 4 through 12 of the school district. And the survey was developed by Hanover in conjunction with feedback from the administration of the school district. All data was analyzed by Hanover Research. For this particular survey, there were 2,168 responses. Of those responses, 44% were students, 43% were parents, and 12% were staff. Of the staff who responded, 91% were school-level instructional positions, and more secondary students than elementary students responded, as we started with grade 4 because younger students have more difficulty answering the research questions. Your alignment for social emotional learning comes from the state of Virginia. The state uses resources from an organization called CASEL, and they identify the self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and decision-making as the fundamental core SEL competencies that students in the Commonwealth should possess in order to be ready for post-secondary life. And furthermore, the school board and the school district has adopted goals in their strategic plan around those social emotional competencies. And so with this charge, Dr. Heron worked with Hanover so that we could develop a survey that was quality in its questions and that we could administer to students, staff, parents, and community members. We learned through this research that staff respondents were more familiar with the core competency than parent respondents, and that they're more likely to identify responsible decision-making, self-management, and emotional well-being as priorities for SEL skill development than parents, and less likely to identify a civic mindset as a priority. This research is consistent with findings across the country and what we know about social emotional learning. We want those students to be able to make those responsible decisions and self-manage and have emotional well-being as they go into adulthood. We also know that because teachers are engaged in the work daily, they are, and it has become part of what schools do with students, that they are more likely to be aware of what these competencies should look like and how to prepare students for them. In this research, in this survey, our staff has reported limited confidence in their ability to develop SEL skills through instructional activities. But they're more likely to feel confident to identify students who need additional support than to refer students for additional support. And so what we are finding is that there's some professional development needed to develop staff confidence around putting those SEL competencies into their instructional activities for the purposes of the students gaining those skills. As we look further on, staff are more likely than parents to report that SEL implementation is going well. And so this again fits with the narrative that we know that parents are less engaged in understanding what SEL looks like within the school day. And so that becomes part of a communication plan that can be shared. And we have an infographic that we developed for the school system that can be shared with parents around the school district's SEL work. But one of the good things about one of the positive aspects is that staff believes that the SEL activities benefit school culture and the relationships among students and between students and teachers and staff. And so we know that the staff engaged in SEL activities or lessons has that impact on school culture and instruction, and students then are in a better frame of mind to learn. Most teachers agree that school leaders have communicated the importance of SEL, but fewer agree that schools have provided adequate professional development. And so to teachers, the SEL is important, but that professional development will be needed, and it'll need to focus on, according to the teachers in the district who answered the survey, creating an equitable learning environment, identifying trauma and mental health concerns, and creating a supportive learning environment. As we move through and we learn a little bit with the survey around SEL supports, the staff was more likely to report that schools provide emotional support for students than other stakeholders, so that the staff is engaged in understanding that there are emotional supports for students. In addition, students and teachers believe that students are reporting that they believe that their teachers believe in their success, that they have at least one adult at school who they can trust, and that the adults in the building care about them. So students are feeling very positive about the school climate and culture as they reported it out. What they reported needing help with is feeling like they belonged at school. So in a move to kind of support or to support students and to have additional adults help them The school district has lowered the counselor-student ratio to 1 to 25, which is among the recommendations by the National School Counselors Association. So there has been move already by the district to support this, to promote the SEL supports. And so at the end of the survey, what we really looked at were the challenges to implementing SELs, that staff members reported the need for some additional support in implementing those SEL activities, and the time for collaboration and professional learning through their CLTs. The impact of relationships, that a large majority of staff believe in the SEL work, that it has positive relationships with teachers and staff and other students. And so that it is important work that benefits everyone. And that the staff are more likely to report that schools provide SEL supports than others. And so that there would be an opportunity for parents and other stakeholders to engage with staff around SEL learning and supports, and ways that we can promote the health of our students. Dr. Herron, if anyone has questions, if you could repeat them so that we'll be able to hear them clearly.
You ready for questions now?
Yes, I believe we're going to have questions on the presentation, and then Ms. Walter's going to present some of our initial responses to the data and what we've started to do already in response to the data, and also as part of our strategic plan initiatives around social emotional learning.
Dr. Beers.
Yeah, I'm fascinated with the data that you have here, and I've got a couple questions about it. But one of the questions I just can't avoid thinking about is the impact of COVID-19 over this last year and a half, and responses that especially the parents made, because we know they've had a lot of difficulties interacting with the schools and their teachers because of the virtual learning, all those kinds of things. And I think, and the other thing I noticed, and I think it sort of reinforces that, is a number of those areas, the students had there was a higher percentage of students that had a more positive feeling about SEL than the parents did. If you look at some of those individual ones, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are about that.
So there were definitely some challenges during the COVID-19 closures and reopening of schools when administering the survey. Hands down, there were some deep issues, and the school district did a great job of reaching out and making an effort to get those responses. The social emotional learning survey that we do with school districts is really just one piece of a larger puzzle, that it should be part of a gathering of information that the district does around promoting social emotional learning. And it's really a survey that's designed to be repeated every year or two for the purposes of monitoring social emotional learning implementation over time, so that you can smooth out areas where COVID would definitely be an impact to both the response rate and to the responses. And definitely to see that kids are encouraged in May of a school year by social emotional learning, and to see the positive impacts, I think speaks well to the work that's being done.
Dr. Beers, if I may add to that, we realized the timing was a very difficult time to give a survey. However, there had been much conversations among staff and with the board about the concerns about students and their needs coming back into the building mental health needs, social emotional learning needs, as they came back to us from a year being all virtual most of the year. And so we wanted to get some information to see, one, what students understood, what teachers understood, and what families understood about SEL, so to give us some information to move forward with our work this year.
Absolutely. And I think the thing that I thought was really positive was that there was a higher percentage of students who felt pretty good about their experience. And if you look at some of those different questions, and it's almost as if the parents maybe didn't fully understand what it was, or what some of the other things have been. But I just think that's something really positive to build on. That the majority of students, although we do have that 10%, that they're concerned, and that question about do I belong in school in this school? But other than that, I have more, but I'll. Yeah.
And a sense of belonging in school might also come from the part where extracurricular activities were probably not plentiful, so that connectedness that they might feel from co-curricular, extracurricular activities after a year of COVID might have diminished that sense of belonging a little bit.
Okay.
Ms. Hummel.
Thank you. In your Qualtrics survey for the parents, when they were answering, did you have kind of a clear explanation of what SEL is before leading them into the survey questions? So like they knew what SEL was in the 5 different categories of SEL? Or was it just more of a survey about belonging and self-management and social awareness? I just wondered if, we're throwing out the term SEL. Did the parents, when they were filling out the survey, understand what SEL is and the 5 different components of it before answering the questions?
So there's not definitions of the components, but the social emotional learning part is explained as a kind of broader topic, but not necessarily a definition of responsible decision making.
Mrs. Hummel, one of the outcomes of this is our need to really identify what SEL is for parents. And I know Ms. Waller's going to speak to a couple of things that are already happening, but I'm going to take the wind out of her sails and mention one thing. Our next Parent Academy coming up is going to provide all those who attend the definition, the core competencies, how that aligns with what we're doing as a school division to meet the needs of students. So one of the outcomes of this is, yes, we need to communicate what we're doing and exactly what it is and how it impacts students.
Thanks.
Ms. Young.
Okay, I noticed at the bottom of one of the slides, I don't know where to look, it talked about 10% of the students did not feel like there was anyone that they could talk to or anybody that was concerned about them. I don't have the exact words because I don't see the slide, but I mean, is the school division addressing that? Eddie?
I'm going to let Ms. Walter speak to that in terms of our counselor ratio and some of the things we've started to do this year.
Absolutely, thank you. And so some of this I will get into when I share out some of our next steps as well. But as Dr. Herron mentioned too, one thing that we've done is we've been able to hire as a division 8 new school counselors, increasing our total school counselors to 44 and really meeting that 1 to 250 ratio. That is the ideal to be able to provide those supports. Additionally, we have MTSS teams, multi-tiered systems of supports teams in each school building. And there's a lot of intention in the work that those teams do, which counselors are a part of as well, in making sure they're looking at all the data and looking at all the areas to find the students who may not feel connected and provide a sense of connection and relationship building with those students as well.
I mean, I think that's such important work because you think at 10% of like Jamestown High School, that's almost 200 students. I think we really need to be, well, maybe not that many, 140. But even at that, I mean, if you have 140 students that don't feel like they have any support at school, that's a lot of kids. Really like to know. I mean, I hope those teams talk about specific students and maybe even go through roles and say who's connecting with his child and making sure that those students are connected with some either by the counselor or a teacher they respect or some. I mean.
Yes, at all of our schools, we understand, well, as educators, we understand the value of those relationships with our students and making sure that all of our kids feel like they belong and are connected to someone. One adult is all it takes to make a difference in a student's life. And so our teams do go through many measures to try to make sure that they can find every student and make a connection.
I mean, I really worry about that. Kids that feel like, and a lot of those kids that don't feel like they're supported, they're the kids that have a harder time making friends and have homes, difficult situations at home. So, okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of challenges, Ms. Young, and I think one of that data we would expect to be low to some extent because belonging at school was hard to feel in the last year when students weren't actually in the building, even though teachers were still going out of their way and counselors to make those connections with them. That could be partly impacted by the COVID environment.
Oh, I understand that. So I mean, now that we're back in session, I hope that we're taking a harder look at that. So,
Ms. Owenby.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just building on to Ms. Young's question about the 10% who feel like no one supports me when I need help. I'm just curious about the demographics. Do you know who those children are? Is it disproportionately students with disabilities or L students or females or males or secondary or elementary? Like, do we have that data on who those students are?
I'm going to lean to the Hanover team for that breakdown, if possible. I don't have that information in front of me. I don't know if we have that sort of breakdown to it.
We have to go to our data supplement, I think, guys, to see that segregation. So give us a minute to pull up that desegregation.
Even if we're able to provide it after this evening, that would also work if it's too intricate to get to this evening.
I think, Dr. Herron, we could probably get you that answer tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Have to go to the data supplement to pull that.
That would be great.
I'll see. But feel free to move on to other questions while I look at this, and I'll let you know if I can find it.
Zombie, are you finished? Are you good?
No, yes, thank you.
Right. Anybody else?
Just a general question about the survey once again. And this might be like, how was it actually distributed was it on the website? Was it, or like, how did you actually, I'm really impressed that you got students to sign. I didn't know whether it was something that was maybe recommended in a classroom to complete. So I wondered if you could just explain like how.
So we had a 2-week period of time where we distributed the survey, and there was communication from the division level and from the school level to try to capture as many responses as we could. We did work with building principals prior to identify specified days within each building that they felt would work for their level, to dedicate time to allow for student responses, which we think helped with that information as well.
Okay, so there was actually time carved out of the school day so that the students could log on and complete the survey.
Yes.
So that's for the students. And then for the parents, was it just like on the website, or was there in the newsletters?
Yes, both. It was on the website, in the newsletter. It also went home through school newsletters, so the division and schools. So we tried to hit them from multiple directions in order to gain as many responses as possible. We also had the survey translated to Spanish to reach out to our Spanish-speaking community as well.
Great.
Mr. Dow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. I'm curious if the respondents had an opportunity to see the feedback or the results of their survey prior to tonight, and if they provided feedback to you. If they had, and in particular, I'm curious what parents might have shared regarding any follow-on feedback or the process.
I think, Mr. Dow, this it's been brought to the board first, and this is our way of presenting it to the community. Then it'll be on the website for families and anyone else who's interested to go and look at some of the outcomes. But we'll present the information to you first.
So respondents themselves hadn't had the opportunity to, okay.
No, sir, this would be the first time the data's been shown tonight.
Thank you.
Anything else for the Hanover folks? I had kind of the similar comments to what Dr. Beers had as far as the staff versus the parents, and if the staff were more in tune to the SEL vocabulary than the parents might be, so that they kind of understood what that was to a greater degree. I'm not going to get too far on my high horse about professional development for our teachers, and I think we do some social emotional learning with our teachers, but I'm not sure that if we add a log for this on our professional development file, we need to take another log off, but that goes to a different story. So, anything else for the Hanover folks, Dr. Herron?
Thank you very much, Hanover team, for presenting this evening. Thank you for working with us on this survey. We really appreciate it. Mr. Kelly, there's now a very short couple of slides that Ms. Walter will show as to our follow-up to some of the data and the work that's been done so far, which actually includes some professional development with teachers already accomplished.
Thank you all for having us.
Thank you.
We'll get back to you on the student population question.
Thanks so much.
At a later time.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Herron. I'd like to take a few moments to share with the board plans that have been developed since receiving the raw data from Hanover in July. Before moving into next steps taken, I wanted to highlight some of the work that we have been doing as a division that aligns with what we've heard here tonight. In alignment with the recommended counselor-student ratio from the American School Counselor Association, WJCC has been working towards reducing our counselor-student ratios to 1 to 250. With the addition of 8 new counselors this school year, we have met that goal as a division. Appropriate caseloads allow school counselors to maximize their effectiveness and provide students with appropriate services for social emotional development and academic and career development. Also, in partnership with reducing caseloads, WJCC is actively working towards our school counselors spending 80% of their time during normal school hours directly delivering school counseling services to students. This is outlined in our strategic plan, Elevate Beyond Excellence, Goal 4, Strategy 1, to provide students with school-based resources and supports to enhance the development of their social, emotional, and mental health. In addition to school counseling services, WJCC has been implementing multi-tiered systems of supports, or MTSS, division-wide in all of our schools. As a part of this framework, our MTSS teams have had a focus on building relationships and supporting successful behavior for all students. School teams are also intentional with reviewing data to use in identifying students who may need additional supports and connections at their school. After reviewing the raw data from the Hanover survey in July, it was clear that we needed to spend more time building a foundation of understanding and practice related to social emotional learning in our schools and our school community. We recognized that there was a wide spectrum of understanding and implementation when it came to SEL. Due to this, our focus this year is on building this foundation from students to staff to parents, guardians, and families to support a culture of SEL in the division and the school communities. To With this foundation in mind, we are implementing an SEL framework this year that it directly aligns each of the core SEL competencies, of which there are 5, with one of the Virginia 5 Cs. The Virginia 5 Cs are a familiar set of expectations outlined within the profile of a Virginia graduate. By creating meaningful pairings with the 5 SEL core competencies, we are enhancing the connection between work teachers are already doing and comfortable with in SEL. We have divided the year into 5 separate timeframes where one pairing will be focused on within each building, K-12, during that time. Each school will implement plans specific to their building to enhance the focus on the identified pairing during each time frame. Resources are shared with MTSS teams to work within their schools in a strategic manner and looking for opportunities to embed this work within the planned instruction already happening. We are not asking teachers to do additional planning, but rather to look for strategic ways to integrate or enhance the work they are already doing within their content area. For example, we chose the pairing of relationship skills and collaboration as our first pairing of the year because as a division, we are already intentional in creating and supporting relationships and connections with students during this time of year as we welcome new faces to our classrooms. In this first year, the focus again is on building an understanding in our community, and we feel this plan supports that intention. In planning for this school year, we knew that we would want to provide professional learning opportunities related to SEL for staff. While the time for these opportunities had been created, the details came after our framework was developed. In order to support school staff in facilitating this framework, we developed a professional learning plan and began to implement this plan over the summer. On August 4th, we held a professional learning session for school MTSS teams and all school counselors. During this session, participants were introduced to this year's framework, provided with instruction on SEL, review of the new state standards, and school teams were provided with specific resources and strategies that could be implemented in classrooms in order to support the development of plans for the school year. Additionally, teams were provided with planning time during this session in order to determine the best method of implementation within their building. On September 3rd, each school participated in professional learning specific to SEL. The first portion of the session was focused on foundational knowledge and concepts of social emotional learning, the new state standards, and the WJCC framework. The second portion was developed and provided by school teams based on the work that began at the August 4th session. School teams are being provided with resources and information related to each pairing throughout the school year in order to support teachers and staff in implementation of the new framework. Additionally, myself and Student Services Specialist Nick Keir are available to support schools throughout the year. An additional component to ensure we enhance this school year is sharing this knowledge and information with parents, guardians, and families. At the school level, this may look like inclusion in newsletters or within email updates to families. Each school communicates in the method best for their community. At the division level, this means inclusion of information within the family newsletter and events that families can participate in. The first example of this is coming up on October 27th through a Family Academy session. This Family Academy will focus on social emotional learning, what is it, and what does it look like in WJCC. With the understanding that our staff, students, and families are at different levels of understanding with SEL, our intention this year is to build that knowledge and create a culture of SEL within the division and our school community. We feel that the framework shared here tonight is the first step in developing that foundation. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Ms. Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for this presentation, and I like that this builds on work that's already been done in the division and uses existing frameworks to, to provide what students need to create, really robust school communities and graduate students with the 5 Cs. But I would like to just echo what Mr. Kelly said about professional development. Clearly it's needed and wanted, and that was a message from the survey, and I think we should then therefore provide it. But I do think we need to think about, teacher contracts, maybe think about how many other contract days are in compared to other divisions, because I think putting more on without compensating teachers, giving them enough time to do their own planning is something I hear a lot about. So I just wanted to thank you.
Ms. Owenby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this hard work, and I think it's great, I guess, is to echo what Ms. Hook said with regard to aligning those competencies with the 5 Cs. And so, as Ms. Hummel pointed out, I think educating the broader community and our families so that they understand exactly what this is and how it impacts their children's education and their well-being and their ability to interact and collaborate and work within a school environment, and those skills will take them to their post-secondary experiences. So I think education is key at all levels, and so that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Beers.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think one of the things that it's always struck me about this is that I know there are 5 Cs and we have 5 kinds of social and emotional learning, but I think the other thing to realize is those are all they're all interrelated. That very often teachers are already doing many of the things that they may not know exactly what you call this, but you can't make decisions. You have to make decisions if you're going to collaborate, right? You can go through every one of those, and it's almost like if you're working on any one of those, you're inevitably going to have to be dealing with all of them. So it's not the only thing. Probably my greatest concern is once something like this is written down, is you start with number 1 first, and then you go to number 2, and then you go to number, and that's not how people interact. And I think it's really important to help teachers recognize that they're probably doing all of these things at different times, and not to worry, am I working, is this the decision-making one that I'm working on, or am I supposed to be that? I mean, that's I think it's really good. I think the real challenge is, I don't think it's with the teachers, I don't think it's with the kids. It's helping parents understand what this is and what it's not, so that we don't create resistance to something that I think is very, very important. And it's really important to start in kindergarten and 1st grade. I mean, these are the things we always talk about, these kinds of things, but it's really critical, because when it says creative thinking and critical thinking, well, you know, part of being a critical thinking is to recognize that, well, there are different points of view, and I'm going to look at the data for this one and the data for that one, and I'm going to think critically about it, and I'm going to decide, you know, that's something I probably don't think I'd support, or, you know, I think that is something I would support. So I cannot stress enough how important this is. I was in a project in Russia for 3 or 4 years. This is exactly what their teachers wanted. They wanted to help their kids learn to recognize their different points of view, but you have to have information and data before you make decisions about things. And that's what they kept saying is, we want to be able to do what you guys do. And that's what it is. Of course, they don't realize if you create an independent thinking group of people that they don't always agree, but that's that's all right. But that's another one of the things you learn. They learn. So I can't tell you how important this is. Whether it's talking, writing about it, rather than dropping the gloves and start swinging. It's so important, and I'm glad the state has fairly recognized. It's not reading and writing, which I think that's where some of the resistance might come from. But it's too important, and I feel that the board's going to be very strongly behind.
Dr. Beers, if I could just add to that, you mentioned about not going through each piece separately, and one of our key, and what teachers are already doing in the classroom, and counselors and administrators too, in our approach to this and in introducing the framework this year, we said we know you're doing many of these things. You're building relationship with the teachers, with students. You care for students. It's a huge priority.
Sure.
You're connecting with students. That's how you help them learn. This is simply creating a formal framework around it to say we value it and we think it's important. Because if students are going to learn, they're going to have to connect and have the trust and caring of their teachers.
Crucial. It really
and our
is.
teachers do an amazing job of it.
Yeah, and I'd also like to say, Dr. Beers, I think kindergarten might be too late. If you look at those 5 C's and the social emotional learning things, that's what every parent wants their kids to, you start teaching communication, as soon as you bring them home from the hospital. And so, creative thinking, critical thinking, citizenship, all those things are things that parents, and so when you say that teachers might be doing it, not knowing it, I think parents are doing it and not necessarily having the vocabulary to understand, okay, I'm teaching relationship skills and I'm teaching my kid to share the toys at the playground. So, and collaboration. So the social emotional learning is a development of every child, and what parents try to instill in their children, and then that just gets reinforced at the school as well. So,
well, and I think the other thing, Jim, is that there are parents who really believe that that's their responsibility, and school shouldn't be involved in that. So it's going to be really important to try to convince all parents that this is really how you want to create the kind of citizen
right
that would do us proud. These are the kinds of things we just have to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a symbiotic relationship. It has to be at the home and at school and reinforced with each other, and
right.
And I think everybody has the same common goal as that goes. So.
Yeah.
I could just, in addition to what Dr. Herron shared, that we know that this is happening already, and we're reinforcing that as well. I did want to highlight one of your points. While these are a focus for each time frame, we were very intentional in talking about they don't happen in isolation. And so certainly these are going to happen fluidly throughout the year, but we did want to highlight during those specific times those particular focus.
So the Learning Academy that we're having in the end of October, is that going to be recorded and available?
Yes, it's going to be a webinar.
Perfect. I think because you'll have some parents that will be able to come to the Academy event, but I think it's also good to get that out to as many parents as possible.
I agree.
And even when you come to it, you can go back and look at it and say you remember what it was. I think it's good work, and I think it's important in the development of our students and our children.
Just make one final comment. Part of our progress in this area is through the commitment of this board in hiring more counselors this year and getting us to that national ratio of 1 to 250. When I was speaking to our new counselors, as they were coming into our school system, they were coming from systems of 1 counselor to 600 students. And part of the draw to come to us is because we've put such an emphasis on the mental health and support of our students. So thank you as a board for being so incredibly supportive of this aspect of our work. We really, really appreciate it, because we couldn't do it without your support.
Yes, thank you.
Any comments, other comments and final closing thoughts from board members? Thank you much for this. Thank you much for the good work, and we look for that work to continue.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. 7.04 for WJCC Schools 2021-2022. Dr. Herron?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. We have one more presentation this evening, and as you're aware, we're bringing forward WJCC school presentations, and we have new and important information with you, and certainly going to try to have something for you at every workshop or work session of the board. And Mr. Keever is going to take lead in presenting some new and information this evening. Thank you, Mr. Keever.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Herron, members of the board. Glad to be with you this evening. In our presentation, we want to start where we've started before with you, just as a reminder of the 5 key pillars that were laid out by Virginia Department of Health and Virginia Department of Education in terms of their interim guidance from back in July of 2021. Those 5 areas we have explored in detail and will continue to do so, and are grounding this conversation this evening within those 5 areas. We've shared with you before that the community transmission rate is an important indicator that we like to track and keep up with. Our current area, both Williamsburg and James City County, are in the high category as indicated in the red. This is the first time I recall in the last probably 4 or 5 days where there are colors other than red that are moving into the Commonwealth of Virginia map. The top right-hand corner in orange is Fairfax County, just to give you a little bit of additional context in terms of the geography. Over the last reporting week in James City County, there were 218 cases with a positivity rate near 10%. It was actually 9.7%. And then over the course of those 7 days, cases were up about 23 or 24%, but positivity was not up. In fact, positivity held steady. Williamsburg over the last week or so experienced 30 cases and a positivity rate of nearly 26%. And this data comes directly from the CDC COVID data tracker, and we link to that on our website as well for members of our community who are interested in the numbers there. Another piece of the puzzle from the perspective of the interim guidance was the idea of vaccination coverage, who is vaccinated, who's not vaccinated, with a specific emphasis on our students that are 12 to 17. When we last offered this presentation at the beginning part of September, the vaccination rate for Williamsburg and James City County youth 12 to 17 was at about 29%. The number continues to go forward. We're up to 35% as a community now. There has been a little bit of fluctuation in terms of the numbers of our students who are eligible for that vaccination, and just wanted to keep this at the forefront of your mind because we do believe that vaccination is an important component of the layered prevention strategy. We've shared also school-level impact with you on a monthly basis when we've gotten together. When I clipped this art from our website, we had 50 students who were positive in isolation and 269 students that were in quarantine. We are generally updating this data twice a day right now, at first thing in the morning and then late in the afternoon. And so when I clipped it, we were at 50 and 269. We did an update, and we are actually at 57 students who were positive in isolation and 296 who were in quarantine. The numbers change on a daily basis, and they change on a daily basis based on when you are in isolation or when your quarantine period begins or ends. We have received some questions on that from folks. We try to provide the most accurate and detailed information we can on a daily basis so folks know what the environment looks like within our classrooms and buildings.
So 50 goes to 49 when a student who tests positive has passed their quarantine period?
The students that are positive are in isolation.
Right, and so when they come out of isolation, that number would reduce?
That number would reduce.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
We have seen COVID-19 impact fall sports, and this has been a community-wide conversation at least since last week in terms of the scenarios related to conditions for play. A couple of pieces of data that I think are important to share with the board and the community around our fall sports. And this is fall sports to date. We do have fall sports that go on into November, and hopefully some teams will be playing in December. At least that's the goal for some of our programs for sure. But as of today, 96 of the 197 high school quarantines have been athletically linked. Nearly 50% of our high school quarantines are related in some way, shape, or form to athletic scenarios, close contacts, those kinds of situations. Wanted to give the board an even more finite breakdown of some of the practices and games that have been lost. And it's across various teams at various schools. But the key number for us is really the 96 of 197. And those 96 students have missed school time because they have been in a quarantine status. And when you miss school time, you miss that in-person instruction that we have really prided ourselves on placing at the forefront of the dialogue over the course of this school year for sure. There was a lot of conversation towards the end of the week in terms of other school divisions that were looking at specific conditions of play. We shared with our community that while we are not currently mandating vaccination for student athletes as we get into the winter season, we know of our colleagues in other school divisions that are doing that. And we're looking very carefully at some of the different scenarios that are involved and wanted this board to have a sense of what are some of the other school divisions looking at and considering in terms of that. Along those same lines, while we are certainly not currently requiring the vaccination for our student athletes, we do feel like it's particularly important to provide in-school opportunities for our students and athletes to be vaccinated. So working with Williamsburg Drug, we've scheduled a series of clinics on the 14th and 15th of October, and then on November the 8th, with the focal point of trying to get those accomplished before the winter sports season really gets started in earnest. And I think there's a primary piece of this conversation that needs to be pulled forward, in that the data that I just shared with you for fall athletes happen predominantly with athletic programs that take place outside. And as we move to November 8th and into the winter season, we are speaking of athletic programs that are predominantly taking place inside. And we know, just based on the research that has occurred, that inside is much different than outside when it comes to spreading of the virus. So I point that out just in terms of the idea that we do think it is critically important that our athletes and coaches, et cetera, are vaccinated.
The November 8th date, is that for the second shot?
It is for the second shot, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Since the late spring and early summer, Williamsburg James City County Schools has been exploring a program that is a joint program between the Virginia Department of Health and the Virginia Department of Education called VISTA, which stands for Virginia School Screening Testing for Assurance. And we were really at the forefront of getting involved in this program, one of 14 divisions that hopped into the ring very early, because we felt like this was a key way for us to potentially provide an additional layer of protection for our students and staff when it comes to safety. There are three primary components to the VISTA program. One would include routine weekly screening testing with PCR tests. I'll explain that in a little bit more detail in just a minute. There is also a component around at-home in-school self-test kits through an eMed program. I'll give that a little bit more coverage. And then finally, the VISTA program provides support for school-based community testing as necessary within a particular locality. This is a joint program between Virginia Department of Health, Virginia Department of Education, and it's funded at the federal level. The first piece I wanted to talk about was the weekly screening testing, and we have done a push with our community that really started last Friday and continued over the weekend into yesterday around screening testing and having folks sign up for that screening testing. It's available for our students and staff. The participation in that program and our ability to staff that program is really driven by the consent form submission. The more folks that consent to participate in the pooled testing, the broader we can get things covered. And the pooled testing is a group of, or a percentage of eligible group is tested each week. So if this room were pooled testing and we had all done our consent forms, there would be some number of us that would be tested on a weekly basis to determine our status relative to COVID-19. One of the scenarios I think has been asked about is, does this mean my child has to be tested every day? And the resounding answer to that is no. In fact, at maximum, it would be once a week, and in all likelihood, it might be every couple weeks or so. And we are really encouraging middle school, high school athletes and coaches, our co-curricular and extracurricular participants, to get involved in the pool testing by signing off on the consent so that we can include them in that process. We also feel like we should be encouraging our unvaccinated staff members to also participate in the pool testing opportunity.
So it's encouraged for athletes and coaches, but it's available to all students.
Absolutely. And it's pre-K through 12, quite frankly. So it went to all of our families, elementary, middle, and high.
And it's funded at the federal level, so we and our students and families are not paying for it.
That is correct. That is correct.
Federal or state level?
Well, it's a flow through. So the money comes at the federal level, the state then disperses it, and we are reimbursed for personnel and expenses that are encapsulated as a result of it.
Ms. Young?
Can you tell us what is involved in the weekly screening? What do they do?
It's a non-invasive swab test, and it's a nasal swab test, PCR. And that pooled sample is looked at across the number within the pool, and if there's a positive case within that, everybody in the pool then is informed and given an opportunity to retest, or are obligated to come back in and retest.
Can I ask a question about students that are in quarantine before they come back into school? Are they tested again?
Not necessarily, Ms. Young, not necessarily. They could test after a certain number of days and be afforded the opportunity to come back sooner with a negative test. We'll talk a little bit about quarantining and contact tracing towards the end of the presentation with Ms. Fowler. That's okay.
What is the testing bias?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So right now we get 96 out of 197 high school quarantines are athletically linked. Mm-hmm. So would this reduce the number of quarantines we'd have to have? Would it reduce? What do we think that it would?
It would help us to identify those students or staff potentially carrying the virus that we are unaware of. It's early identification and subsequently putting them into an isolation or quarantine status so they cannot spread it.
Okay, then we could actually end up quarantining more people than what we do now.
Well, I think that we would be quarantining those that identified as actually positive, not in the pool, but positive in the follow-up test as a result of a pool positive. I'm not comfortable saying that we could be quarantining more.
Understand.
Okay.
Okay. Hold your on.
What would help me understand the pool? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Use this room as an example, but and I think the community, when they're listening to this, they're still thinking athletics, but I think this is broader than student athletics now. And I think if I'm hearing you right, if it goes beyond student athletics at this point, then the student or the family is volunteering to themselves to be a part of the pool.
That's correct.
Is it what constitutes a pool at that point? Who makes that up? Is it a classroom? Is it a block? What does it look like?
Well, I think it looks different based on who has provided consent and who wishes to be a part of the testing. So for instance, if in a particular building, if we said at Lafayette High School there were 57 students who had completed consent forms. A pool would be developed of that 57, and 10 students would be called on to test on the particular day. They'd be, this is your testing day. We'd like you to come in and be a part of this pool. We would then test, not we, but the vendor would test those 10 students.
Sounds random.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, right. And so then based on the 10 participants, if there was a positive sample within the pool, those 10 would need to be back in to do an individual PCR test to determine whether they were COVID positive. So a pool test positive doesn't necessarily mean that you're positive or you're positive. It means that we need to do further research to determine where the positivity is.
So there's no name attached to the initial positive.
It's a group positive.
It's a group positive.
Right.
Yes, sir. It's a group positive.
And so the purpose, from my understanding, Mr. Keever, is just to early detect if someone has COVID, which prevents the spread, which keeps students in school. When we talk about requiring vaccination for staff members or students, then we would be approaching diagnostic testing, where we actually require students to test who are involved in certain programs, if we should go there. This program will also allow us to do that.
Right. Initially, it was a screening program, but it could also become a diagnostic program as well.
But we're not, right? We're
Correct.
not at that point.
We are monitoring the numbers, and we are we're considering, but we're not there yet.
And sorry, one more question about the test itself. But you said nasal swab.
Yes, ma'am.
But is that the one that goes up into your brain or not?
The explanation on the frequently asked question document from VDH is that it's non-invasive. So I don't believe that goes all the way to your brain. I find that to be very invasive. I think the non-invasive is less painful, frankly.
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to know if it was that or the saliva test, that's all.
It is not the saliva test. It's nasal swab.
In your research, have you seen, is there anything to the saliva test? Is that reliable or even an option?
It is not an option through this program, Mr. Dow. I do not have a significant amount of background or knowledge on the saliva test.
But going back to the pool, if I may, I'm trying to understand. It sounds as if an individual does pop positive within the pool, that's a group positive. Everybody comes back to be tested again. That's 2 tests.
That is correct.
2 tests. Okay.
If one of the 10 is positive.
If one of the 10 is positive.
Yep.
That is correct. And that allows us to then isolate and make a determination of who is COVID positive and put them into the isolation status.
Are these pools mixed up at all? I know I'm using very technical jargon, but you know,
It absolutely is going to be dependent upon the numbers of participants. So the first step in putting together the pooling structure and to get a schedule together is to get a sense of how many people are willing and interested to participate. For instance, this Friday we have a meeting with our vendor to kind of talk about our initial consent form data and look at what are the possibilities.
Thank you.
An example that might help with some context, if for some reason we said, you know what, the entire football team in a particular school was in the consent form business and submitted their consent forms, it could be that a third of that number were tested on a weekly basis in terms of the consent, and then there could be a determination, is that the right number, or does it need to be a little bit smaller, does it need to be a little bit larger? But it's not generated on the front end until you know what the consent form information looks like. Okay.
Lisa.
There are 2 questions. So when the pool is identified, it's your day to be tested, are they going to the nurse's office? Where does that happen?
We are hoping to be able to coordinate that outside of the the nursing scenario. We know our nurses are doing yeoman's work as it is. The testing itself is done by a vendor that's been assigned to us by VDH, and we would bring on some temporary staff to help us facilitate the process.
It would take place somewhere in the building.
Correct.
Where the
Correct.
pool
It would take
is.
place somewhere in the building. In some instances, there's been discussion in other divisions about do you do it outside of the athletic entrance, or do you do it outside of the regular bus canopy entrance and just move people through quickly and do the testing. So we could set it up where we think it works best in the particular buildings.
And so are these students going to miss class time?
You can schedule it when it works best. So the initial thought process might be that it is before school or after school, and not during the academic day.
And so then it might look different in every building.
Could very well.
And so who is doing the scheduling? Is that our staff or the vendor?
We would lead that process. The second to last bullet, facilitated by VDH, assigned vendor, and supported by WJCC staff, we would be bringing on some additional support folks to help us in that process. In terms of the scheduling, I can't tell you that there won't be some level of communication that needs to occur at the school with school-based staff, but that process is still being worked through in terms of what that looks like.
And if I could just add, the additional staff are actually supported by the grant funds as well. That is not local money. We actually can hire staff to support this process.
One final question. I know I said two. So you said this Friday staff will have an idea of how many families have signed the form. I know I did for my son. So when do you think this will gear up, that we might actually do the first pool?
It would be my hope that we could be in place to do an initial run in a building middle to the latter part of October.
Kind of like what the last bullet says.
After these long meetings, all of that's just a blur.
Do I wear these glasses
I
because
know.
everything is a
When
blur?
your day starts at 5 o'clock at this time of the night.
So,
I'm with you.
so I can just make one more pitch for those that are still listening at home, that we would really appreciate, the more consent forms submitted as folks are willing to participate. There is an FAQ document that we did upload on our website to try to answer some of those questions around the mechanics. But the higher the numbers for us, our ability to really have this go far and wide across all of our campuses is enhanced. That's the pooled testing, weekly screening testing. I wanted to just touch briefly for a moment on the at-home in-school test kits, if I could.
So this is K through 12?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is that in a bullet point?
Well,
It's on page 1.
Let me just get refocused here for a second. The at-home, in-school self-test kits are provided to divisions that are a part of the VISTA program, and it's to help us identify diagnostically those folks that are potentially symptomatic and/or there have been identified as a close contact and are having a difficult time getting a test to be able to return to school early. So these eMed tests are sent to divisions participating in the VISTA program. It's the Abbott Binax Now at-home kit, and it is a facilitated testing option. And when I say facilitated, I really mean facilitated. You log in with the app, you are speaking with someone who can see you, they can see the test. They are encouraging you to count to 5 as you do the nasal swab. They are talking you through the process of adding the solution. They get you to the point where the nasal swab goes into the solution and they say, in 15 minutes, someone will be back with you to collaboratively read your test. And then in 15 minutes, someone comes back on the line and that you read the test together, depending upon what the lines on the test are indicating. And then a result is shared with you or whomever is completing the test via email that indicates whether you are COVID positive or COVID negative. The shipment that we have received puts us in a position to be able to distribute as needed to schools and families, and we are currently working on a distribution plan to be able to get those out.
Fantastic.
That's free, right, for our families?
It is a part of the grant for our families to be able to utilize, and staff. That is correct.
Okay, which will be, because I know that's been some of the complaints that people are trying to come get cleared, and they either can't find testing, or it's too expensive, or it's difficult to get to. So this is very, very nice, a very nice option. Thank you.
This is a huge step, but it's part of this program, and it's a very significant part. I know we'd had a conversation earlier that, you know, it seems like a very simple process, and I did it when I was coming back from Ireland this summer, and it's non-invasive, it's easy. It takes about 30 minutes and you're done. But not everyone may feel comfortable doing it at home. And if we were to offer the opportunity for a student to do it in the school building, we would need them to sign the permission form for us to do that. So if it may be easy for some, it may not be easy for others. So one way to access this, if you don't feel comfortable doing this at home, or if you can't read the instructions, for example, we would need you to be part of the sign-up program.
Any other questions on the eMed component or the possibilities therein before we spend a few minutes talking about contact tracing and quarantine status? We can certainly do more questions at the end, but I wanted to, before we pivot on.
Dr. Herron, what you just shared, maybe not intentionally, but what I heard perhaps was that if a family, if a parent thought that their child may be exhibiting symptoms, wasn't quite sure, maybe it was one symptom on that sheet of many questionnaire.
Symptom tracker.
Symptom tracker, thank you.
Sir.
Cough, runny nose, all those things. Do I understand that they would be able to bring them to school, get them tested at school so that they don't miss that day and subsequent days?
We haven't quite worked out, we don't have an unlimited supply, so I'm guessing our first focus is most likely to be on those who are quarantined by us to get students back in school. Is that a fair comment,
I think that's
Mr.
a fair
Keever?
comment.
Then, depending on supplies, we may be able to go there as an option for testing, but we can't open, our nurses couldn't cope, as that would make our schools testing sites, and we're not testing sites per se. So that, I think that would be at a whole new level, and I'm not sure we have the staff to do that right now. But as they're quarantined with symptoms, with the and being told to stay home, we would want to use these to get kids back in school.
Thank you.
I want to move on. I know there have been some questions raised and some desire to kind of really better understand the contact tracing process and or decisions related to quarantine. And our expert on that topic is here this evening to share some key pieces of information with you. Ms. Fowler, you're on.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kiefer, for this opportunity to review the complexities of contact tracing and the various quarantine guidelines currently recommended by the Virginia Department of Health and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Each case is unique and is investigated by trained contact assessors in our division. All of our WJCC nurses completed a training through the Johns Hopkins University contact tracing training course, with additional guidance and training from the Virginia Department of Health as guidance has evolved. In addition, we have brought on board 2 part-time trained contact assessors, and we'll be bringing on a 3rd contact assessor on October 12th to help with this contact tracing. Some school-based staff have also been trained through the Virginia Department of Health for backup assistance. So the CDC and the VDH define a close contact for students as those masked students who are less than 3 feet apart for more than 15 minutes in a 24-hour period with a student with COVID. That's students. With the exception of our preschool population. Our preschool students still have to maintain at least 6 feet in order to be not considered a close contact with someone who has tested positive for COVID. Students who are unmasked, for example, during lunch when we're eating, are considered close contacts if less than 6 feet apart from a positive student for greater than 15 minutes in a 24-hour period. So that's without the masks. Adults and students or other adults who are less than 6 feet apart from a positive individual are considered close contacts. So you can see how it gets very complex when you're determining and trying to figure out who is a close contact. But it's also that 15 minutes for greater than 15 minutes in a 24-hour period. So it's cumulative. So when a positive case is reported, our contact assessors and/or our school nurses, and oftentimes they're working together as a team, begin the contact tracing process. It's important to remember that there are multiple factors that are considered during contact tracing. Implementation of our layered approach to prevention strategies. You guys remember our Swiss cheese model of prevention strategies are all important factors in the prevention of the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. And remember, it's proper mask wearing, it's social distancing to the greatest extent possible, it's the hygiene, it's for eligible students getting vaccinated if you can, and adults getting vaccinated, and it's also staying home when you're sick, and it's that symptom checker that we all talk about for our families to use prior to sending their kids to school. In addition to assessing the distance between students from a positive person or a positive student, assessors have to consider the length of exposure, the consistency of appropriate mask wearing. They utilize seating charts and consider the types of activities and groupings to determine close contacts. Every case is different and must be thoroughly assessed on a case-by-case basis. Once contact tracing is complete, personal phone calls to parents of students identified as close contacts are made by our team of assessors, the school nurse, and other support staff as needed. The quarantine dates, which I'm going to go over with you in the next slide, are explained in detail. It is important to remember that specific tracing details are not shared in detail to parents due to the individual's right to confidentiality. While the Virginia Department of Health still recommends close contacts quarantine for 14 days, they have provided 2 options to shorten the duration of quarantine. If an individual remains symptom-free for 10 days of quarantine, and note that the date of close contact is considered day 0, they can return to school or work on day 11 without a test. If an individual remains symptom-free and receives a negative PCR or rapid COVID test on or after day 5 of quarantine, they can return after 7 days of quarantine or on the 8th day. As Mr. Keever explained, the diagnostic close contact testing kits facilitated through the EMED program may increase testing options and opportunities for families to have their students return from a shorter quarantine duration. There are other considerations that may alter the quarantine guidance. For example, household contacts that we address on an individual case-by-case basis. There are 2 exceptions to quarantine for individuals who are considered to be close contacts to someone with COVID-19. Fully vaccinated individuals, defined as 2 weeks after the completion of the second dose of a 2-dose series, or 2 weeks after a single dose of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, who are symptom-free, do not have to quarantine. COVID-19 vaccine is a key prevention strategy for those eligible to receive it. Because vaccinated students and staff do not have to quarantine if deemed a close contact, students do not lose valuable in-person instructional time, and teachers and staff can remain in school supporting students. They should monitor for symptoms for 14 days, and if symptoms occur, should consult with their healthcare provider. Those individuals who have had COVID-19 within the past 90 days and are symptom-free also do not have to quarantine, but must monitor for symptoms. There is the potential for cases to be deemed outbreaks, according to the Virginia Department of Health, and these are case-by-case specific. We work very closely with our Virginia Department of Health epidemiologists assigned to our school division when there is a potential outbreak. Generally, an outbreak is when there are 2 or more cases in a group where it cannot be ruled out that the second positive case was a result of exposure to the first case. After consultation with the Virginia Department of Health and our administration, all unvaccinated individuals in the group deemed as an outbreak group must quarantine for the full 14 days, according to Virginia Department of Health guidelines, regardless of the test or symptom status. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Dow.
I just want to say thank you for the information. We've been asking for a little bit of clarification on the process around quarantining, especially around our athletes. So I appreciate seeing this, and in particular that last statement, what was it, exposure in a group.
Yes.
So that's helpful. I think we saw that a few times with our athletes. Thank you.
Welcome.
Is this information going to be on the website?
All of the forward WJCC school presentations go up on the website the next day.
Okay, great. I think that's helpful. And then I guess my one question is about how would the school know about someone saying, "Oh, I already had COVID in the past 90 days"?
We would ask for proof of the positive COVID test, obviously, yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That positive test would be day 0?
That positive test is day 0, correct.
I think in Ms. Fowler's explanation, back to you, Ms. Hummel, the amount of, genuinely, the amount of legwork that goes on with our nurses, with our contact assessors, with school staff, really drilling in to make sure that we are keeping folks safe has been extraordinary. And the idea that, and I know that some of our parents get frustrated with that call that, well, you're a close contact, and I understand that. But I also think that we're trying to do our level-headed best to share information, be timely, be responsive, but also put the safety components at the very front of the consideration process. So I appreciate that question, and I appreciate what Janice and the team do on a daily basis as we see cases roll in. You know, I'll be honest, on Mondays, when you get back to the office and the reports start coming in, and you get the ding of the email that there's been another positive COVID, you know that there is an inordinate amount of work that is going on behind the scenes to try to determine who do we need to talk to, what does the seating chart look like, and how many potential exposures are there. So,
Oh, and a follow-up question: are the lunch rooms seating chart?
So we do have seating charts for lunches. You can imagine at the high school that we do not have seating charts. Fortunately, for most of our high school students, when you're interviewing the close contact person, which is part of contact tracing, the positive person, which is part of your contact tracing process, they can identify who they had lunch with, and then we can look at where they were seated. But again, this takes time, and it's not an easy process, but we try to be very thorough.
I wanted to reiterate what Mr. Keever was saying. I mean, I work at William & Mary. We're lucky in that we've got, I think, 98% of our students, because, you know, they're all over 18 and they're all vaccinated, and 94% of our staff are vaccinated. And we just got the email today that I forwarded to Dr. Herron from our COO that we have, out of the entire William & Mary student body, we have 9 cases and 0 employees that have tested positive for COVID. So I just think I look at that scenario, and then I look at the environment that we're dealing with the K through 12, and not having, not having FDA approved for certain age levels, and then all the parental support and that whatever, and all of everything that you have to deal with in a K through 12 environment. And I just hope that parents understand the complexity of what we're dealing with here.
I'd really echo that. I think the school division, our teachers and staff are doing everything that is conceivably possible to better protect our students and our staff. And really the only other variable is that parents could really, if all the parents really got connected to this program and realized how important it was, and also recognized the value of vaccines, that we have more of a solution than a problem, I think. But it's really, I just have to, I got to applaud your staff, just everybody. It's, and by the way, we're still trying to teach kids. It's incredible. That's all I can say.
Thank you for that, Dr.
It
Beers.
really is something.
Ms. Ownby?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I have a question that's not directly related to this presentation, but as a result of some feedback that I got from some parents at Lafayette High School, actually. So I know that during COVID, no one was going into our buildings. Volunteers weren't going into our buildings, parent volunteers. And so I know baby steps were trying to get folks back in the buildings. And it's my understanding, and maybe you can clarify this now or later, is that, so we put some protocols in place where we're kind of collecting, like, it's more difficult. We're not just letting anyone in the building. Like, I know even I, as a parent volunteer, had to go online and fill out this form, and I've not been approved yet. I've not been approved to enter the building at Lafayette as a parent volunteer. So can you explain that? Are we trying to limit the number of outsiders that are coming into our buildings?
Currently, the only volunteers in the buildings are actually helping with the academic program for students, tutoring, that kind of thing. So we've been very slowly allowing people in, but they're all focused on tutoring right now. And also, of course, board members have a schedule, and we'll start visiting schools this week as well, during this month, and this week, next week, and have the opportunity to do that. So it's a slow process because of the amount of work that's going on, and to protect the environment.
Understood. And so I guess, so parents, so some teachers are asking parents, I need you to build the set for the next play. So if there's a specific reason for a group of parents to be in there, they need to fill out that form, and then they're kind of approved based on the fact that the teacher has requested that they help in some way? Is that
I don't think we've even got that process down yet, but if we're reaching the stage where parents are needed to help on things like that are academically related, we'll certainly go back and talk to principals about process. But it has been very limited so far. Those in the building are actually working directly with students and tutoring.
So I guess just as a parent, as a community member, I know that we have worked really, really hard to try to keep our environment academically focused and, like you said, safe, and limiting the number of people. And so I respect that, and I appreciate that. And I do have some concerns, and I don't know how you strike that balance, but I have concerns about community members, or quite frankly, even board members who may or may not be vaccinated, and increasing the numbers of traffic in our buildings. I'm not sure how to address that or handle that, but I know, I was at a parent meeting, and there were 30, theater parents at Lafayette, and Suzanne McCory wants us there, and only half of us have been approved to be in the building, so I don't know how that's going to be handled or addressed.
I think there's a lot of logistics to work through, but again, our main priority is keeping the building safe and trying not to expose students to any possibility of getting the virus from someone coming into the building who doesn't need to be there. So we've got some conversations as we open up schools and start to do more things with students that involve families coming in from the outside. We're just going to look very carefully at the protocols. But this is good information to know that we're already reaching that point, which we're aware of.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members, questions? So the quarantines where we have 96 high school quarantines that are athletically linked. So are those linked to positives on our teams or positive on the opposing teams or both? Or
The answer would be yes.
The answer would be yes, is correct.
yeah, how do we decide close contact with opposing team players?
It's a delicate process. It involves potential review of game tape. It involves, what position do you play? Who did you line up against? I'm speaking specifically of football right now,
Sure.
but that we've got at least, if memory serves, at least 2 scenarios this season where there has been game tape reviewed to kind of make a determination of who could or should be designated as a close contact as a result of what was going on the field.
15 minutes on a football game seems, for 6 feet, seems like a tough, with an opposing player, seems like a tough thing to get to. I'm sure we're doing well. So of the people that the kids that we quarantine, staff that we quarantine, do we have a feel for how many of those actually turn up at testing positive? Small percentage, 0?
I don't think we know that number at this juncture. Some of this data would become self-reported data, which we may have access to if someone's told us, you know what, my child has then tested positive. And I know that there are a series of questions from members of our community around, we'd like to know this, we'd like to know this, we'd like to know that. And there are some things that we may be able to drill into and come up with, but some pieces of the data are not pieces of the data that we track or are equipped to have.
It's where I work, it's been all over the news that we're going to require everybody to be vaccinated fully vaccinated by December 8th, which means you got to get your first shot by October 26th. And that's some people think that's a great thing. Some people don't think so much. So it's all over the board. The weekly screening thing, I think, is a good thing, and I think I would also encourage people to participate that to the maximum extent possible to get a leg up on it. And certainly is an interesting time. Dr. Heron.
Mr. Kelly, I'd just like to publicly thank Janice, Ms. Fowler, and all of the nurses for the incredible work that they've done even since the beginning of the school and last year. I know they're exhausted, especially Ms. Fowler, who works night and day and every weekend right now, but they have been absolutely incredible. I want to thank Mr. Keever as well for his leadership in all of these pieces, because this is not quite what he signed up for, but he's been incredible at leading and finding out and involving us in the VISTA program, and the vaccination clinics, all of the things that are helping us get there. It's been a partnership with many people across the division, and I wanted to publicly say a big thank you.
I think the board would echo that, and I think we'd also echo that this isn't what we signed up for, but it's...
that would be true. I think we can all say that.
But yeah, I do appreciate all the work that's gone on, certainly for the past year and a half or more, and keeping our kids safe and getting our kids back in the classroom. So I appreciate all the work that's been done. So thank you. We good? 8.0 revised policy BDDH KD public participation at school board meetings. Ms. Hummel?
I move. Can I just say?
No,
that?
you don't. You don't move. We're talking about it right now.
We're talking about it.
Yep. You're going to say that we have to change this policy because we're going from 3 to a minute and a half. And
Oh.
so,
Okay.
We already talked about it.
I thought we
already
because it was
talked
in our
about it.
SOP.
it's in our SOP, but this is a policy. And so before we vote on a policy, we got to talk about the policy and have discussion.
We
and
just say
gotta
ditto?
So it's,
I feel like we've covered it.
I think we've covered it.
Covered this.
we have covered it, but not in a policy. We covered it in an SOP.
Mr. Chair, I believe the language in the policy is mirrored in the standard operating procedures, and therefore the board is aware of the changes in the policy because it mirrors the language that's already there. So this really needs to change before the board votes on their standard operating procedures.
So that's what we're doing. We're voting on it tonight at 9.03, and then we're voting on the standard operating procedures at 9.06.
We have been advised.
Thank you, Policy Committee, for that great update.
Okay.
So 9.01, approval of preliminary financial report and year-end spending plan, June 2021. Can I have a motion?
I move that we approve the preliminary financial report and year-end spending plan dash June 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? This year-end spending plan is the same spending plan we talked about at the last meeting. There's no changes to that. Any further discussion? Ms. Aller?
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Ms. Ownby.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Mr. Dowell.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye, motion passes. 9.02, approval of personnel actions. Can I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve personnel actions as presented.
Thank you, Mrs. Owenby. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Any discussion? Ms. Aller?
Ms. Ownby.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Mr. Dowell.
Aye.
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye, thank you. Motion passes. 9.03, revised policy BDDH KD, public participation at school board meetings. Is there a motion?
I move that we revise policy BDDH/KD, public participation at school board meetings.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Beers. Did we discuss this?
Yes.
Ms. Aller?
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Ms. Ownby.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
Mr. Dowell.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye, thank you. Revision of the policy passes. 9.05, revised policy IHC, scheduling for instruction. Is there a motion?
Chair, I move that we revise policy IHC, scheduling for instruction as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Dowell. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Owenby. Is there any discussion? So this policy, we remove the sentence that says, that's not that policy.
It's the next
not
one.
that
Next one.
It's the next one.
Next one, scheduling for instruction. Got you. I have no discussion on this.
Oh.
Ms. Aller?
Mr. Dowell.
Aye.
Ms. Hummel.
Aye.
Ms. Ownby.
Aye.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
Dr. Beers.
Aye.
And Mr. Kelly.
Aye, thank you. The policy motion carries. 9.05, revised policy IIA, instructional materials. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I move to revise policy IIA, instructional materials as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Ownby. Dr. Beers, is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Beers. Is there any discussion?
I have some.
Ms. Young?
Yes, I feel like I was negligent during the last meeting. Why did we remove and will include a procedure for citizens' request reconsideration of instructional materials?
So the language was updated, and you'll notice on the red line that a green line was added.
I noticed that, but I mean, why was that removed?
So I was going to ask Mr. Keever if you could refresh my memory as to the timing of it. I was fine with it being removed and updated, and I recall that in our conversation we did ask about the timing, and you had some good points to make there.
Yes, sir. There are a number of policies in the curriculum and instruction categories that actually cross over, I think, a couple of different letters, being both the I policies and the K policies that need a look and review. The timing is such that we recognize that KLB, which is public complaints about curriculum or instructional materials, needs needs an additional look and an edit to include the forms. It is not our intent to remove community participation and discussion of ideas, but it is our intent to clarify where that happens and how that happens.
Thank you. And so you also brought up KLB, and I was going to reference that on the green sheet, Ms. Young, and it shows that additional notes on the green sheet, KLB will be revised in the second semester of this school year. And the reason that is so that there is no blackout space within a parent or guardian or community members' prerogative to be a part of the review process.
I understand that, and that you've explained it, but can we postpone the approval of this policy until KLB's been changed?
I agree with Ms. Young. I think KLB should be brought up and clarified, and then we bring this up, because I think it gets really confusing.
I think so too.
For our citizens. I've been thinking about this. I've been hearing the comments, and it's very unsettling when you strike a procedure for citizens to request reconsideration of instructional materials before you've brought up the KLB, which is the policy that addresses what will be stricken. I don't know what you think, Mr. Dowell, but
I hear your point, and I asked that point in policy committee, and my understanding with the answer that I got was that this doesn't go dark, that's why we're doing this way, so that there is an opportunity for regress. If we did them in conjunction with one another, then the process goes dark for the community. And this, am I wrong, Mr. Keever?
Not necessarily wrong, but there are several entities that are associated with KLB that need a specific review, to include family life and sex education, to include curriculum and instructional materials. So it's a more far-reaching discussion relative to KLB. The policy itself, KLB, outlines a parent's opportunity or public complaints about curriculum and instructional materials. That has not been removed. That remains in place in the process that a member of our citizenry would go about to utilize. That is not damaged as a result of the recommended changes to IIA.
And I appreciate that, and I understand that, but the optics of striking language is bothersome to me. And I'm on policy committee, so.
I mean, personally, I think transparency is everything. I mean, we know how important that is to our community. I would prefer, as I said, to withhold this until we've gone through KLB and the community has an opportunity to understand the procedures and everything, so that there is a level of comfort. I'm sorry, I think it's important.
So what are the ramifications of doing that, of not voting on this tonight and holding it?
There are no ramifications.
There really aren't. I think it's the board's choice as to waiting to review this again when we bring both policies at the same time. But I think for the public's information, again, there is no intention or desire to take away the opportunity to comment on instructional materials of any kind, and that process still exists in other policies. And we certainly don't want to give any impression that any right such as that has been taken away, because it's not.
So, can I have a motion to refer this motion to the policy committee until such time that KLB comes before us?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion about referring this to the policy committee?
A question, point of clarification from Mr. Keever. So the KLB is going to come up soon to policy committee?
It's scheduled for the second semester.
Second semester.
I guess I think there are enough safeguards in the policy that we've just modified, plus the additional information that's provided for the public. I'm a little concerned that this could lead to a lot of nitpicking. We use a lot of materials in the school division. And I would hope that that our staff will be recognized as the knowledgeable group that tries to make decisions about our material. I'd prefer to call the question.
Dr. Beers, if I may respond to that, while that's true, there's a lot of material and it could become nitpicking. That's always been a part of the process, not the nitpicking. I wouldn't call it that, but that the community, parents, and guardians have the prerogative to check in and say, you know what, I want to see what the instructional material is, and I don't appreciate.
They have an opportunity to examine every material that's up for adoption.
Yes, sir. And
on
so
their own. The other thing is, there are parents on every committee that examines potential material. I was on a textbook adoption committee a number of times. Have you ever been on one?
go ahead and state your point, sir.
Yeah, but where you
point.
make the committee as a whole, and includes parents and administrators and teachers, examine all the material very, very thoroughly, actually, and then decides what the committee thinks is the best material. It's not always unanimous, but most of the time it is, and they spend an incredible amount of time. I just
so
understand the need to make sure the public knows everything that we do all the time. I just it's just a concern.
I think the KLB procedure and the changes to this procedure kind of go hand in hand and in parallel, and so I think it would be appropriate for them to be considered at the same time versus having one and then we'll go get to the other later. So,
Can I ask another question? Mr. Keever, what was the thinking of not having them go hand in hand?
I think there are some components to KLB, specifically the family life scenario, that we are still waiting on some additional guidance and information from VDOE before we tackle that in particular.
So we were just trying to knock this one out because it was low-lying fruit in terms of it was just.
There's a very specific goal to get to 5 per meeting. And so we're doing the best we can to try to keep ourselves on track. I know that we didn't quite live up to that last year, and we were trying to move through that this year.
I have no idea who's driving that.
But that being, I'm sorry, I apologize. That being said, I still believe that when we review this, we'll find that there is nothing revised within this current policy, IIA, that strikes a community member, parent, guardian's ability to inspect instructional material. We're going to find that. If that were the case, we would not have brought this to this board in the first place. And I don't see it as nitpicking that the community checks in on what their kids' instructional material looks like. I don't see it as nitpicking at all. I see that as their prerogative, their right, and it behooves us to make ourselves available to them.
yeah, and now the contrary to what I said earlier is that, you know, if we change this policy, the KLB is still in effect, and it still gives the process for reconsideration of learning resources. So there's still the process there if we were to move on this one and then pick up KLB later. However, I still think that they fold well together, and
That's kind of that's what I was thinking. I mean, like the whole thing, we were trying to be really careful. We're like, so if this is struck, is it still covered somewhere else? And they're like, yes, it's covered in KLB. And we're going to bring that up later. And so we're like, well, okay, as long as it's covered somewhere else.
Right.
However, it's confusing for the public when they're looking at what is in front of them, and some language is struck that involves their review. And I'm looking at the last time this was revised, this has been in place for 20 years, since what, June 2001? I think we can let it rest for a few more months and bring them both together at the same time. And I apologize as a member of the policy committee in letting it get to this point, frankly, that I think maybe, at that level have said, yeah, let's wait until we bring them both together. Then it would have been no confusion at all for anyone. It's just.
I have this Robert's Rules of Order from 2012, and so right now we have a motion to send the motion to committee that's before us. So if we vote to approve that, then it goes to committee. If we vote if we disapprove that motion, then we go to approve the policy. So right now we have a motion to send this motion to committee to review the policy again and to bring it back with KLB. Is that kind of what I've moved? Yes, that's what I moved. So do we want further discussion on that? On the motion to send it to committee? Been moved and seconded. So call the vote. Ms. Aller?
Mrs. Young?
Aye.
Dr. Beers?
Sure.
Mr. Dowell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummel?
Aye.
Ms. Owenby?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye. So this policy and the motion has been moved to committee for further review. Wow, I've done what?
It's gone this late, so let's just keep going. I probably should have, when you said further discussion, but I just have to footnote it for the public, just to make it clear that we were definitely not trying to prevent the public from providing feedback or participating. And so this is going to come back and it's going to look exactly like this, except they're just going to see this other policy with it. So I just want to make that clear for the public that we weren't doing anything nefarious whatsoever by any stretch of the imagination.
And say that at public comment in February.
Okay. Oh, you're so funny.
I get a motion to approve the revisions to the school board standing operating procedures.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve revisions to the school board standard operating procedures.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Aller?
Mr. Dowell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummel?
Aye.
Ms. Owenby?
Aye.
Mrs. Young?
Aye.
Dr. Beers?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye, thank you. 10.01, board members' comments. Mrs. Owenby.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to speak for like 20 minutes. No, I really don't have anything else to say, except, because I can find something. I did want to respond to one speaker tonight who recommended that we alternate between Stryker and Mounts Bay. And just want to let the public understand that we do, prior to COVID world, we would do the Stryker annually, and then the following year we would do Mounts Bay annually. And so the community needs to understand that our board has no appropriate meeting space. This is what we have. This is what we have. And so those other boards, City Council and the Board of Supervisors, they use that meeting space. And so those decisions are, when we can use those spaces is when those bodies allow us to use them and they're not meeting. So again, we're not choosing to meet here for nefarious reasons. It's because we do not have appropriate space. But maybe one day that'll be in a CIP, And we'll have space that's built, because we've asked for that. We recognize that we need space where the public can come. Just want to make that point.
And those boards have fewer members, so they can do better COVID protocols than we can.
Yes, they can. And so we can't just say, okay, we're going to go meet there because, hey, the Board of Supervisors is meeting. But maybe they ended before we did.
Sure they did. Dr. Beers?
Yeah, I once again, I want to thank our staff for presentations, the information that we got this evening on COVID-19, and I stress again that I think we're doing system everything that is humanly possible to help parents, to help teachers, and to help students deal with this ongoing health problem. And let me just leave it at that. The other thing I wanted to mention, somebody mentioned something about the VSBA, and I just want to make it clear to everybody that the Virginia School Board Association is an organization that Williamsburg, James City County school divisions and divisions all across the state, all across the Commonwealth, pay an annual fee to become members of that organization. We use their expertise. They help us in retreats. They give us updates on legislative information that might have an impact on school divisions. They give us advice. They have policies. But we operate the school division and ourselves. And while we ask for their comments and seek their advice, we are under no circumstances required to follow those. In fact, a number of times we have not. There are other times when we have. But we're totally independent of the Virginia School Board Association. And I think it's really important that the public hears that regardless of what VSBA says or what their positions are, we do not necessarily agree with every single thing that they do or say. And I just think that was important because I did not want that mistaken impression to be left that was given out by one of our speakers.
And they provide good training and conferences, and they represent school boards from Loudoun to Fairfax to Henry to, they're very much an apolitical organization. Ms. Young?
I have absolutely no comment.
Ms. Hummel?
I want to go home.
I know, I'd like to go home too. We're going on almost 11. I just wanted to thank the school nurses, the contact tracers, Ms. Fowler for coming tonight, Mr. Keever for all of his work and all of this. It is wonderful actually for us we're all back in school, people. I mean, we're all back 5 days a week, maybe with our buses a little late, maybe with some COVID cases, but overall, if you look at where we were last year at this time, so I think we have to also do a gut check every once in a while of the progress we were making and the good things that we're doing and feel good, because I think sometimes in the midst of the constant barrage of negativity and trying to get through all this, you lose sight of the fact that things are better than they were last year. So thanks to all the hard work.
Mr. Dowell?
Ms. Hummel just said it best. We're back in school. Let's stay there. I agree. Thank you.
7 years ago, our forefathers. I just want to thank Ms. Zoller and the other members of the staff who've supported us tonight. I don't think we envisioned that this meeting was going to go this long, and I appreciate all of their great support and the police from the city of Williamsburg who are still out there supporting us. So thank you very much for all of that. So upcoming events: Special Education Advisory Committee 10/14 at 6:30, Virtual Policy Committee 10/21 8:30. virtual in room 300 of the Annex. Upcoming meetings, we have a school board meeting on October 19th at 6, and for the closed session, 6:30 for the regular meeting, and on November 9th, closed session at 6 and a work session at 6:30. We know what's going to be on the agenda for the regular meeting, and without objection, we are adjourned.